Donde está la Revale? El Revale.
We're going.
What a way to start.
Yeah, truly. With
howdy,
Spanish,
everybody.
that's not in our native tongue of English.
I'm also grabbing a thing as we speak. But welcome back to Leviathan, Castaway.
Woo!
Ooh,
This is
that's
Return to Leviathan Castaway. Where we left off last time was, of course, Fitz and Athriel were getting absolutely smashed
Hello.
with our new friend, Mr. Dupree.
I nearly died again. Of my own stupidity, of my own volition. That was fun.
That's true.
It was a very tense moment.
It was, like, I hate that I put myself into that, but also, it was for the bit.
A water enemy that was not supposed to be an enemy, but was more so supposed to be a thing where y'all noticed weird reflections and maybe got some damage, instead turned into a truly life-threatening moment where Damien had to very quickly think on his feet to make sure Fitz didn't die, which was really fun.
Don't tell us you didn't intend for it.
I'm telling you I didn't intend for it, because honestly, that was one specific moment that I can say to the stream, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, like, I went back and watched back, like, your reaction to it, and I was like, oh my god, he truly wasn't. Yeah!
Okay!
Look, man,
Okay.
for the bit, for the bit.
I genuinely need to sit everyone down at some point and have y'all make backup characters, because that is
Truly,
potentially
like,
gonna be a thing
actually,
this time.
like, yeah, no, from what
We're
you mentioned.
into
Yeah.
the dangerous portion.
So what you're saying is that we're in the danger zone now.
Danger zone.
Danger zone.
Yes, you're far closer to the danger zone than you were before.
Cool, awesome.
But having survived your encounter in the waters of truly death, you guys found your way to the nice little town of Pinehollow, where you now both find yourselves. I'm actually going to need you both to go ahead and roll me Constitution saves.
Fuck already?
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull back up my sheet here. I
open
need to
my
print
sheet.
this out. I need a printer first and foremost to print this, but
Oh, I can print it and give it for you.
that would be appreciated.
That big box behind me is a printer.
Cool, cool. I don't have one of those. I neglected to grab that in the move. You said con save?
Yeah, con save.
This ambiance is really fucking vibing with me.
That is a 6, so 8.
Okay.
Constitution.
Alright, it's the constable save.
26.
Damn.
Fuck you.
I also need to roll one. He doesn't have a character sheet, but I have Adolphus's stuff written down at the very least. So I'm gonna roll this one digital for him so that everyone can see it.
Oh yeah, the sheriff that we got fucking plastered. Oh,
Nice.
wait a minute. Okay, no, never mind. I see.
He's gonna be the first to awaken. It is tomorrow.
Tomorrow for sure.
Athriel, first off, Athriel, you managed to get drunk, as you may remember. You managed to get enough bottles of alcohol drank to get drunk, which you didn't know was possible, honestly, given your situation. Adolphus was the last person to get drunk, while Fitz was cleanly hammered. Fitz,
Yes.
how do you want to flavor your drunkenness? I'm asking, like, what does Fitz do in his drunken state? Is he like a stripped down kind of drunkard, or is he like
No.
I'm gonna fight you kind of drunkard? What kind of person is he when he's absolutely smashed?
Well, as we
Or
saw
does he
from
date yet another Owlin?
no, from what I know, there's not one in the town, or not one that I've seen so far. Are you
Sure.
rolling? Are you rolling to see if there's an Owlin in this town? I would think, like, because we saw that Fitz was like really he was leaning into Athriel's like biting to, like, you know, hey, let's have us a duel, you know, playing, you know, knife finger fillet there.
Yeah,
When Athriel said a duel, he meant an actual duel.
he sure did.
Mm. So there is a little bit of fight in him, and plus I think like a little bit of the captain's eye would have a little bit of influence as well.
Oh, the captain made his own rule. He got a 3.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
He is with you. You are in control. So whatever happens,
Sick.
you also have to deal with the fact that like there's a captain also in there.
Yeah, I still need to have a one-on-one with him at some point.
What would you do with a drunken pitchfork? I've fallen down. Where am I?
Early in the morning.
Ah!
I imagine like Fitz is just like hanging from some sort of like either a table or a chandelier, depending on what's in the vicinity. Because I know this was like his this was Adolphus's like private eating room. So I don't.
That's where you started, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's where we started. So I feel like I ended up in like the bars, like either not necessarily like the roof, but maybe like close to like a really high spot. You know, it's somewhat akin to a crow's nest. So whether it be like a chandelier, I'm just like, or I'm just over the bar, just like fucking flopped over, like
Okay.
like actually just like sandwiched over the bar, so like body just like folded into it.
So then I'm going to roleplay to you really quickly. What? So we're going to go before we actually start this the campaign today. To about 12 hours earlier. Fitz,
Yep.
you are absolutely smashed.
Hey.
You threw up maybe 5 times. You were not inside when you threw up. You're not entirely sure where you are. You
No.
did at one point vaguely threaten someone, you think.
I mean, it's all a matter of if they
You are
deserved it.
You're continuously in this moment smashed. Your view around you is the bar is nearby. You can see its like spire.
Mhm.
There are a couple of buildings that are like shops that are still open. There are a few like there's like a brothel further down that's like everywhere has a brothel in your hometown or in your homelands. And there's a little ranger's cabin. You can hear audibly some conversations about like the recent wanted posters, which would include like your friends who have wanted posters written up.
Mhm.
You can see that there are some rangers coming in, bringing in some of the bodies even. And honestly, Fitz, you're so utterly smashed. What do you think Fitz, in the most drunk state he may ever have been in, would want to do right now in this sort of semi-clarity?
I say maybe he just wants to just go shopping. You know, he just goes into like just goes into the shop.
Hell yes! Shopping episode, bitches!
I need to fix your volume, Hayden, because as of last time.
Okay, so I've got to put this together. Okay, so Fitz,
Take your time.
roll an insight with disadvantage, obviously.
I can't multitask. Insight's a 4, so that is a 16 and a 17. So insight's
So
a
it's
16,
30,
20. Yeah, dirty 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 24!
Wow.
Nat 20, you fucking idiot. Okay, Fitz.
Yeah.
On a dirty 20, you're like, for a brief moment, you're 99% sure that the shop you're looking at is like, you know, a place for like for snacks and for like some cheap stuff. You
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit of like
after the fact.
get a little bit of like dry throat, you know.
You realize quickly after that that's not what that is. Like what you're looking at is sort of like the sort of like a donation center, and if you went in there and like started taking stuff, you'd be absolutely shot. Near it, there's an actual shop.
Okay.
You feel lucky for being able to realize that.
Ooh.
Thank God for above a 15.
Oh, thank God.
But Fitz, you notice near that is like, oh, there's like a little shop. I can see that there's like inside like drinks and whatnot. It looks like a sort of like an old like, you know how like old pharmacies were also like soda fountains,
Yeah.
and also they were like general stores. It's like that. It's sort of an everything shop. So
Gotcha.
you can see like a few people are getting like malts, and nearby they're grabbing like little groceries.
Mhm.
That is perfectly open and absolutely a place that you could go and help yourself. Nearby is also like a little blacksmith shop as well.
Okay. Um, honestly, probably just like the I guess just like the regular shop, like just
Absolutely. And yeah, in there you can hear those people talking about the like the wand posters and whatnot,
okay.
and talking about rumors of the town. You don't get anything too clear about it, because obviously you don't. But you do briefly hear mention of something that you know can't be possible, or at least you're not sure. I'll roll off of your dirty 20 here. Not make you roll another insight. You are aware that it can't be possible because they're talking about you.
Hmm.
They make mention about how, oh, did you hear about the Red Raven? Apparently he was around the city the other day. Went and saved a bunch of those nice nobles. Right, and I heard his bird was out rescuing people as well. That massive fella. Went and helped the whole boat pull to shore.
I think at that point, like, I just kind of like bust through the door because like I've been missing my bird for like 5 months now, and,
Yes.
and just like, right, which one of you has my fucking bird?
You see, I had to roll something. That's not good for you. You see, instead of like what it more sounded like, of like, oh, it's a bunch of people like talking about this thing in a more, jovial tone. It's a bunch of teenagers drinking like malts, and their parents are shopping, and you immediately get a look from a bunch of people watching you yell at children. Just walk in, you just see a bunch of people go like, I'm sorry. You immediately see a bunch of children look at you with absolute fear in their eyes, and on a 10 con save, scream and run out the door. Just total fear. One of them pisses their pants and just like ruins the entire vibe. Like you come in all threatening, and it's just these children like, I'm sorry, please don't hit us, sir. Gone. You see what they were talking about was this little pamphlet that they're reading that talks about exploits. It's a newspaper from the nearby town. It is a Drellsburg newspaper.
I see.
Although, Fitz, there are images, at least on the front page here, and what you see is a massive silhouette of something that is not your bird, that some people are claiming is the Red Raven. And his mount.
Can I roll, like, maybe like an insight or an investigate? Because I know, like, probably with like disadvantage because I'm really like drunk to see like if I can just like hone in on if that even is my bird. Because I just see like the silhouette of it.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
I think probably just roll like insight would probably be.
I'll let you roll this flat, like as a single, like not advantage or disadvantage.
Oh, it's flat. Okay, we'll see how it goes. That is a 13.
Do you add anything to that?
No, you said flat, so.
No, I'm saying.
Oh no, sorry. That.
Flat insight.
Oh yeah.
So,
No.
do you get anything to insight or investigate?
Oh, insight's a +4, so 13. 17.
17. Yeah. Whenever I say flat, I just mean no advantage or disadvantage.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Noted.
I'll say at the very least, it's not your bird, obviously. What you're looking at is too big. There are silhouettes of people in front of it, which implies that it's massive to some degree. At the very least, bigger than people. Now, you're sort of like doppelganger, the sort of specter of them that talked to you back in Loasica. The way that he said it was, his bird was this massive creature.
Right.
However, they are talking about this one also having like someone to mount it, like the Red Raven, the person, would be with this creature, which is a strange implication. It either means there's yet another one of you, or there's somebody masquerading as you.
I was gonna say, cause if I remember, like, alt universe Fitz, the actual, the Bard of Avernus.
He died fully.
Right. Okay.
He even said he wants to plumb the depths of hell, so he's not trying to come back.
Right, as I watched him, kind of whisk away.
Exactly.
I did see that, so it's obviously, he can't be, there'd be a doppelganger out there.
With that thought, by the way, Fitz, two things. One, gravity catches up with you, and you sort of flop into the side of this bench seat because you are hammered. But two, it more does seem like a doppelganger situation, or again, somebody pretending more so to be you. Which is a rather curious situation. Especially because your family would have likely called them out.
Right.
So it does leave some bad implications, considering they haven't.
Right.
But as that realization kind of goes through your head, what does Fitz do in here? Is there anything he intends to do? Or I'll more say, Fitz, you're so hammered. I'll let you roll me one more wisdom save. This time flat again.
Okay. Wisdom save. Let me roll back up to it. 11, so that's 13.
13. Okay. Fitz. We'll leave you for now.
Okay.
Athriel,
Yes.
you are smashed. But you're not so
That I
smashed that you can't think. In your drunken state, you are aware of how drunk you are, but you're still a drunk person. Is there anything that Athriel, without his inhibitions, would wish to do?
Athriel wants a fucking duel.
1 second.
And if Fitz couldn't give him one, he'll try to find one.
Athriel,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll me an insight check. With
Insight. Ooh, okay, all right.
This is DC 18 at least. Athriel,
11.
you get there's someone in this bar that you actually don't notice initially. Up until they thud into you, sort of trying to push past. They're holding a huge flagon of ale, although it only looks huge. As you see this halfling with heavy stubble and sort of like a dwarvish sort of cap on, glance up at you and just go, "Right, I'm gonna get out of my way then."
You there! I challenge thee to a duel. Honorable combat in Valyrian style.
I mean, they have so much to roll in this moment. They got a 12. They got a 12 on their insight. They get a -2 to that. On a 10 insight, they're pretty sure they could fight you. They're pretty sure that a duel doesn't mean what you say it means. They look to you and they go. They sort of think. You notice that they have a weapon, but it's a sort of mostly wooden sword with a sort of welded on blade. Really cheap shit. Yeah, Athriel.
No, that won't do. That won't do. I pull a dagger, one of my daggers out, and just toss it to him, and pull my other one out.
One second. Dexterity.
No.
With a 9, he catches it by the blade. Catches it where it just winces and is right then. It's a duel you want, it's a duel you'll get. They already took 5 hit points. They sliced their hands so bad. Athriel, they have agreed. They look to you and just go, "Great, fair combat is then."
On the count of Sena. En, say, Sena! And
We'll take it out
Athriel goes
slowly.
for the first strike. Athriel goes for the first strike, aiming for the blade.
The bartender looking around is like, they could have taken it out. So so you're gonna try calling your shot here. Go
Yeah.
ahead and firstly roll me a, I guess we'll call this another dexterity. As you try and like aim your shot properly. We'll do
Oh,
a
okay,
dexterity
if
and
it's a
then do an
dex-
attack roll.
Oh boy, if it's a dexterity, I'm not very good with that.
It is also
My
a
mighty
disadvantage.
+0. Oh, okay, let me roll another one then. So that'd be a 13.
Yeah. It definitely, like, yeah, you're aiming for the blade. Got it. Go ahead and roll an attack, as if you're, like, fighting someone.
Alright.
With disadvantage as well.
Can I get it to... Oh, okay. I want to do it with my strength modifier and not my dexterity modifier.
I'll add, we can add your strength instead of your dex.
Alright. Oh, no, wait, I think... No, oh, no, wait, it's already doing that. Okay, disadvantage. So that's a 19, although that is already with my strength, so...
Got it. I'm checking what they have here. Okay. So you're attacking, aiming for the blade.
Yes. As is the Valyrian style.
That's fair. Yeah, you aim for the blade. They keep hold of their dagger. But you it slides down the edge of the dagger and immediately like cuts into their wrists a little bit. Does that tip the dagger and try to sort of do the opposite and try and go back at you? What's your armor class?
My armor class is 20.
With an 11, they like slide the dagger back. It dinks off of like a chink in sort of like the few parts of metal on your body. And it just immediately like bounces back. Very narrowly, they almost drop the blade immediately. Yeah, go ahead. So I assume you're gonna continue trying to get the blade off of them.
Yeah. So do I need to do another dexterity check?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright,
With a
disadvantage again?
Disadvantage on basically anything we roll right now.
Alright. Yeah!
Yeah, that's still absolutely. Let's see what their dex is here.
15.
I really don't want them to roll higher than you because then I'd have to do something. Meets it, beats it. Okay, go ahead. Roll on deck.
Alright. Yeah! Oh shit, I forgot to do disadvantage. So 16.
I have to roll something. You've killed someone. So they go. So they try with a slightly higher dexterity, I will say. They rolled a 15. They have like a +4. They go to essentially like they move their hand out of the way, essentially like maybe trying to juke you a little bit, catch your own wrist. And they do. They bring up the dagger, and as they do, your blade just goes immediately where their hand was, which is straight through their chest.
Yikes.
You are drunk. There's not really a way for you to quickly undo.
Can I cure wounds?
You can absolutely cure. Yeah, you can go ahead and do cure wounds. 1 second, I need to roll. If they get a nat 1 on this, then that might be a problem for your cure wounds. They rolled a 15.
I also have spare the dying too.
Immediately you watch as you like stab straight. It's really a matter of like you're aiming for a target that's right here, and as you go to stab, it's gone. And instead, you look at someone's face go pale as they like fall to the ground dead. Essentially.
Oh no.
All right, I place my hand over the wound on their chest, and I'm gonna cure wounds 3rd level. So that is 23 hit points back.
That is triple their health.
An overdose
you
on
watch...
life.
Also, can you roll me an insight with disadvantage?
Sure. Insight disadvantage.
You see two like tall, like not tall, but like taller than this other like halflings come around. Like an older looking man and a younger looking like an older looking woman. They hurry over and they're like, bring the boat!
And then as he exhales, I sort of lift him up, put him on my shoulder, and say, "Dear friend, what is your name? You have fought bravely."
He is not woken up yet.
Oh, he's not awake yet?
You spared him. He passed out as he was stabbed because he had to face mortality.
That was a cure wounds though.
That's. I guess I can see if he like wakes up. This is less of status effect and more he passed out as a person.
Oh.
He sort of like blinks dazed, just like Athriel. Essentially Athriel is basically his name. But you see his parents run up.
I sort of like lift.
It's past curfew. What are you doing out?
I lift him up onto my shoulders and just sort of yell out to the bar, "Behold old Athriel, the one deserving of the honor of a knight of Valyria!" Just sort of like start up a chant.
You do hear the bartender lean over to you, Athriel, and just go, "Right, he is 12, though." And yeah, the chant immediately starts with you.
Bravo.
His parents are weeping as they see their son with he still has like blood on his chest, where he's clearly died. Are just like, "Oh my dear son." And you fully lose consciousness mid chant essentially. I'm going to move to the next morning.
I would actually like before I pass out to bequeath the dagger I gave to Athriel unto him.
I'm rolling for his mental state. He got a 13. You feel this child may be scarred for life, but in a positive light?
I was gonna say, cause like the dagger's not still in his chest, is it?
No, not the dagger I stabbed him with. The
Okay.
dagger I gave him.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
still stained with Athriel's blood.
Oh my god.
I mean, and to be fair, I will say, because I rolled it to be sure, he did beat your armor class on his attack after he beat your dex. That was crazy. I was surprised.
Fuck, dude.
Because he hit a nat 20, so he did attack. You leave him. He's still dazed. He just sort of clings the dagger to his chest, like. Wait. You see the two parents just cowering, holding him. As you sort of turn around, essentially probably to ask for another drink, and you sort of do this, and as you sort of come to, every few seconds you're in a different place. Your body is moving fully without consciousness. And then I cut to you both waking up. Fitz, you awaken to freezing cold water splashing over you.
Jesus! The hell!
You look around, your body's laying like this, as if you crashed back into something. And looking around yourself, you know those big areas that hold drinks at a gas station? You've sort of smashed into one of those, and your body's sitting with Cokes here and Sprites here under your head.
Oh god.
You've broken it. The door, the glass has been smashed through. And you both, or I guess Athriel's not here yet. Fitz, you see Mr. Dupree standing a bit behind, and a few of his men looking over you with 2 more buckets of ice water. He is midway through a cigar, and even though he's smiling and has that bright, cheery look, he is truly the most hungover man you've ever seen.
What seems to be the problem, officer?
What's the problem, officer? He looks at you. He looks at you and sort of squints, and then his 3 deputies look around and go right, you're in. You're in the drink fridge.
I
That's
just
not
kind
where people go. That's not. You're not in the people fridge.
I just kind of say, wait, hold on, there's a people fridge? Excuse me. I just kind of lean out of it, like cups just falling over me. Just
You ever been to a mortuary?
not recently.
Not recently. Beautiful.
Look, man. I used to be a grave digger. All right.
And you see like the other two look and then just look at you. Then back to Mr. Mr. Just like, do we cuff him? No. No, don't cuff him. It's fine.
I apologize for how the hell did I
Roll persuasion.
okay. Just all right.
Not
Well,
with disadvantage, just flat.
just flat. Okay. Oh, what's my persuasion here? Okay, I got a +6 to it, so. Oof, okay, so that's a 15.
Adolphus looks relatively convinced just by like a quick sorry. He sort of nods, just like, well, at least he apologized. Go ahead and dump the rest of the water on him. And before you have a moment
Wait.
to say anything, ice water, about 6 gallons apiece, is just like dunked over your head.
Oh god.
You
You
are-
just hear just like outside. You hear like this shrillest screech.
Only the manliest.
Exactly. Like if you've seen like the clip of Critical like getting scared by a cockroach, it's essentially that.
Absolutely. Fitz. Adolphus is a reasonable man,
Mm-hmm.
but you did do enough property damage for him to be a little unreasonable.
That
Looking around, by the way, you see that table that you like flopped into the seat next to has
Mhm.
been smashed through. You see markings where somebody played Five Finger Fillet for what looks like 3 hours straight.
Is this still in the bar?
No, it's like across the
Oh.
road a little bit. It's like a few buildings away. This is the general store.
Ah, okay.
It's essentially just like the Dollar General.
Yes, and also the soda shop.
Oh yeah.
Like finding your way here, you notice like the little table, that like the little area where people do their little malts has been broken. You have fully smashed through like the big like drink fridge. And yeah, you've been like fully splashed with water, but also looking in front of you, Fitz, there's like, as you said before you fully like went out of it, getting a little bit of a dry mouth, there's like 20 or so cans of different drinks and like bottles of different drinks that are just like strewn about.
Mm-hmm.
In all seriousness, it looks like you went on a bender and then went on a different bender.
Are they just like alcoholic drinks or like sodas or like what?
There's like sodas and then most of it's alcohol.
Okay. Is one of the soda cans like still like partially filled?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I grab one of those, and just like take a big sip out of it and just pull like 12 gold out of my pocket.
You're drinking the flattest soda you've ever had. You pull 12 gold out. Dupree looks to that. The boys look to that. One of the three, actually, they're going to roll something. They get a +8 to these.
Ooh.
Hey Fitz, go ahead and quickly roll. I don't know. Go ahead and roll me a quick. We'll call it insight.
An insight. Okay. Ouch. I gotta make sure that is what it is. Okay, so that's straight up on that one.
By the way, even if you add stuff to it, if it's a nat 1, it's always a nat 1.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Just like, yeah, I don't even want to bother adding that. I'm just like,
The gold disappears from your hand, and you briefly think that you notice one of the three pocketing it, but you can't tell who, and you didn't get, like, your eyes are still hazy.
mm-hmm.
The three nod and go, right, you're gonna pay for it?
I look back to my head. Did I not just one of you?
Dupree is gonna go ahead and roll his own insight. That is a natural 2. He looks and goes, I don't believe so.
Yeah, it's one second. I just I don't know where my gold is. 200 silver?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Yeah, pulling out a bag of like 200 silver. Yeah, but Dupree, by the way, ends up like leaning in and takes that. And the store owner finally like comes in. He goes to like unlock the door, but the glass front door has been smashed, so he just sort of steps through it.
Is there just like a person-sized hole in it?
Mm-hmm. Or like maybe you were thrown out and then you just threw yourself back in.
Yeah, that sounds about
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They step through it and they gingerly take the bag of silver, look through it, and go, "Right, this is plenty to fix the damages. I don't know what we're gonna do about that one though." And looking outside, hey Athriel, real quick, can you?
Yeah.
Or Austin, can you go ahead and roll like percentile for me?
Percentile. Okay.
It's more of a luck roll here, but it helps me figure stuff out.
29.
All right, so that would be in the second quarter of the city. Okay, great. And it's on the lower end. He points down the road. Athriel, you awaken. Having found your way to, essentially the lower quarter of the or the upper quarter of the city, nearer where that barn was that you saw that creature.
Oh.
You see. You awaken in a bit of hay, in a sort of like an animal pen. You awaken way up here. You awaken in the hay. There are some like livestock around you. And a couple of animals have like daggers tied to like their ankles, where clearly you may have tried to duel them and passed out before you could.
By the gods, where am I?
You also do see a couple of sheep that have been properly butchered that you imagine you did manage to duel. It looks almost ritualistic if it weren't for the fact that you laid sheets under them. As a good Valyrian does to corpses.
Oh no. Oh
no. You see like a couple of farmers just like watching you. And you realize like they tried what they did with Fitz, like throwing ice cold water over you. It did absolutely nothing.
Excuse me, sirs. What's the going price for sheep in these parts?
They honestly, with a 7, they don't know how to even try and deceive you here. They look to each other and go, "Well, about 50 silver."
How many did I kill?
In total, for how many here? You killed 4.
I fish out 3. I sort of shakily pull myself up with my sword and kind of pull out 3 gold pieces, 2 for the sheep and 1 for their troubles. Just sort of hand them to them and just say, my sincerest apologies. I hope they'll at least make good dinner for you.
Fucking what a line. God, man.
Yeah. You see, the sort of like, one of the farm hands takes the gold, nods and just goes, "I don't really appreciate it. It could have been worse. You know, last time somebody killed one of our livestock, we had this magic pig that was talking through spiderwebs. Somebody killed it for witchcraft. Some little girl thought she could talk to it. Crazy."
Oh yes, psychotic.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Had this awful book of witchcraft, Charlotte. I shudder to think it. Glad to see that if they were magic, they're dead now. But also, we couldn't afford to replace them, so thank you for the gold.
I mean, Charlotte just sounds like a witch's name.
They do that. Just like wipe their hands whenever they hear the back spell.
I sheathe my sword and retrieve the daggers from the other goats.
Just like still in them.
Yeah, there's like daggers still in them. They're like these like shitty ones that look like you maybe like just hold them. They're like very badly cast. They are not like your daggers. These are just like some shit. Like these are basically like blanks that you would like take from like a forge before you make a proper dagger.
They're paper mache daggers.
How
They
did
are
I
really
get
bad.
these?
You actually can see there's like a trail of like not destruction. It's like the politest version of carnage. It's like you can see a little trail of like silver pieces and copper pieces that have been left as you like took some blanks and like clearly took a like candied apple from a card at one point. And like just copper pieces littering around as you try to pay for your carnage. At one point there is a broken window with like in really badly scrawled Elvish it says sorry I tripped.
How much? How much gold have I lost? How much money have I lost?
About like 4 golds worth total. It's not that much.
All right, so I guess like in total or including the sheep?
Including the sheep, we'll say that you lost like we'll say you lost 6 flat.
All right.
Like not a ton for a night of carnage, considering Fitz just spent like 30.
Yeah.
But yeah, you like you guys awaken from your bender just like also Athriel, it's impossible to get hungover. You do have a weird headache.
Oh. This
You're
is-
99%
this is-
sure that this is what a hangover is, but you can't quite be certain.
This is going to bother me for the rest of the day.
As you say that, Athriel, a bunch of deputies and Mr. Dupree come across. One of them is dragging Fitz on like this like sort of shoddy like mudsled. The ground around here, by the way, is like constantly sort of muddy because it's a marshland.
I suppose I should join this convoy of justice.
They look you over and just go, right, you paid for your mess, so it's not a crime, strictly speaking. It's more of a misdemeanor, and I'm not sure how to charge that, but still, I assumed that that the commotion over here and the trail of shiny things was probably where you were.
Yes, I do have a tendency to try to repay whatever I destroy, but I shall come along with you nonetheless.
There's also like a sign at one of the clothes stores where there's like a few bundles of like clothes that have been left. That Athriel, you see in your handwriting notes have been left on these piles of clothes that just go like, it didn't fit. With like no money left. One of the few places where no money was left is where you just sort of like touched clothes.
Forget touching grass. You touched clothes. You touched
It's like, damn
cloth.
it, Dupree was right. I do need tailored clothes.
This is the point at which I realized that my tunic was put on backwards under my plate. Under my plate mail.
Absolutely.
Like, oh my gods. That's
You don't know how. You don't know why. You're not even sure if it's possible. But it feels like your plate is on inside out. Which isn't strictly possible, but it feels like it might be.
It just feels wrong.
I join this legal procession that is dragging Fitz.
Beautiful.
However,
So-
wherever it's going.
So do they have me like on a cot, or are they just dragging me by my feet?
There is a little like essentially it's like a sled.
Okay.
But like the bottom is a bit more like flat.
Yeah.
For like dragging over mud.
Mhm.
They have you laid on one of those.
Okay. Yeah.
And one of the deputies did cuff you to it.
It's not like a. Okay. I get it. Safety precautions.
You're not under arrest, but we assume you might still be drunk enough to be a problem, so we're just making precautions.
Fair enough. And I just kind of just like fully just like lie down, like head just bonks on the sled. Bits of like mud just like flying in my face.
Yeah. Yeah, and Fitz, Athriel. You both are quickly led to the little sheriff's office. Which is actually right next to where they found you, Fitz.
Oh, lovely.
Actually, I'm going to roll, because I was
Where?
between two decisions, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's actually just this building with these little stilts.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, this little stilted like building. They drag you back over to it. Athriel, they drag you over there as well. And yeah, they lead you both inside. Fitz, they sort of pick you up off of it, uncuff you, bring you in, sort of drop you unceremoniously on this nice couch.
Oh, hey, comfort.
And the deputies leave as Dupree takes a seat in this like big plush chair behind a nice desk. He looks over the two of you. As Athriel, you're just sort of allowed to walk with them.
Yeah.
You paid for all your stuff, so they really can't charge you with anything. They're just sort of like, this is not normal.
This is a predicament.
It's weird.
It's a welcome, but it's unorthodox.
But also, I'll actually have you both roll me one more a perception, actually. Athriel, you're not totally smashed, so you can go ahead and do that with advantage.
Bippity sip.
Yes.
Look at disadvantage or
You are going to do it flat.
flat. Gotcha.
30.
30 is awesome.
That is an 8, so plus 10, 18.
Damn.
I got a plus 10 to that bitch.
Athriel's the only one who really hits it, but you'll get some notices. Fitz, you notice that like some of the guards are like kind of more worried looking. And at least a couple of them like look at you with like sort of it looks like suspicion. Athriel, you get a similar look. But you recognize it as you notice as you're like walking into the sheriff's office, the front gate of the city has been recently like patched. Like you notice the front gate looks like it has like new logs put in place, and you notice like smashed up ones near it, almost as if something barreled through the gate at some point last night.
Okay, so like the gates were fine when we came in, so this is like a new development.
It sure looks like it.
Okay.
And yeah, Athriel, you also notice like people are looking at you as if they believe you might have done something. And yeah, Dupree doesn't really talk to you both for a good few minutes. Fitz, all you're aware of is people are looking at you weird. But yeah, Dupree's guys close the door. He takes a moment to puff on his cigar. He has like a tiny window at his wall, by the way, specifically so he can let his cigar smoke out.
It's just like a tiny, like, what, 6-inch window, or...
Exactly,
like
yeah, it's just big enough that if he wanted to, he could reach an arm out and peek his head a little bit. It's exactly 6 inches in diameter.
I love that.
But just enough for him to reach his entire arm out and let his cigar smoke go out and go when he's done.
At least he's generous about that.
I mean, yeah, it seems like a matter of like not wanting to blow smoke in people's faces.
Yeah. I mean, in this case, like, you know, it's like kind of deserved, or, you know...
He's a nice person, he doesn't do that.
That's fair.
He was nice enough to just throw cold water on you instead of shooting you.
That is also fair.
Which is a much easier way to wake someone up. Or just fire a gun next to their face.
I mean, yeah, that's one way to wake somebody up. That's a... fuck a Bloody Mary, no, that'll do it.
Athriel, you're the one that he looks to before Fitz. You recall anything from last night?
Athriel sort of thinks on it. I don't think I would I?
You can go ahead and try and roll like I don't even know what to call this. History check if you want, but it's unlikely.
Yeah. I mean, I might say for like strictly trying to remember stuff, that would be like intelligence or something.
Fair enough. I was saying
All
history
depends.
just for just for recalling past events, but yeah, go ahead and try intelligence.
All right. Well, I'm just saying because like I don't know.
No, you're correct in that regard.
It's also a little bit more fair because it's not like my intelligence isn't as beefy as like my history would be.
Fair enough. Well, history would have been a disadvantage, so you're good.
Alright.
With a 10 in intelligence, you recall the events that we've already talked about. You recall dueling a child. You do recall a new event, which is you like leaving the bar, sort of like doing your idol, just like walking down the street. And as you're walking, you don't even recall noticing it, but there's like the two parents are kicking at your heels, just like, you hurt our child! It didn't affect you at all, and so you just didn't even think to recall it.
I remember a particularly embarrassing, now that I think of it, situation with a halfling child. But other than that, no, I don't think I do.
Oh, those are people on the little tiny windmill uptown. Yeah, they were very upset about that. I thought it was hilarious. I mean, their child's fine. The therapy is costly, but he's fine.
I am so sorry. My deepest apology.
If he went out in the woods even one time, it would be the same amount of therapy required, so it's fine. The woods out here are truly the worst thing in the world.
Yes, you are right about that.
But he goes, he sort of like immediately loses that jovial tone and goes, however, I thought you might not have remembered much. People are blaming you both for something real awful. A lot of people woke up pretty early this morning to see the gate was destroyed.
If Athriel's face could go pale, it would.
I'll say your face does go somewhat pale. Whatever blood remains in your sort of corpse-like face drains in this moment.
And his hand sort of like Athriel always has his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. Now it's like it's gripped on tight.
Semi-expressively, I'll say even like your hair sort of stands, like it sort of wisps already at the end. It sort of like stands on end for a moment.
Like with that near face-to-face experience with that creature, he understands the gravity of that situation.
Exactly. It's one of those moments of like, this isn't normal, and it's really not good. Also,
Right.
one moment, I need to grab town music. Because we're out of the bar and the music is dead.
Rip.
That's fine.
Oh no, silence. Hate it.
There we go.
I know you do not know me well, sir, but I would swear by my own honor as a knight and by the names of all my very ancestors that we would never do such a thing.
Right, I more so believe you, but the issue is more. That's not the only problem we had.
It wasn't the creature, was it?
More so the opposite. We had gotten, or at least according to some of my boys, and he actually like motions out his tiny window. There's like a couple of little schoolhouses in this town. Not many, but like this is a schoolhouse of like magic, and this smaller one here is like a proper little school. I had a couple of boys there. One of them managed to start, apparently getting some amount of talking out of the thing. Real, dark abyssal stuff, but he got some language coming out. Same night, he gets a couple words out. That boy, he's in the infirmary now, but he's messed up. The only reason that I know he's messed up is because we found him right next to what's left of the creature. Something did not want it talking. Something did not want it talking, or something did not want it surviving. As he actually, like, he doesn't dare take you guys over to it.
Mhm.
He pulls out these like little like sepia filtered, like really crummy photos, very like Western. Sets them down in front of you guys. They're on like glass plate. It is images of a shredded to pieces, like this living flesh creature, sort of melted away and ripped to shreds.
These are immaculately detailed drawings.
I just like glance over to Athriel and just like dismiss it, like just whatever.
Fitz, you only learned really what photos were yourself whenever you went to the Sunless Land, so I guess you are more used to them. Never mind.
Yeah, I would.
They're still relatively new.
Yeah, it's like, oh, like I was almost in the same boat as him. It's like, oh wait, no, like these aren't drawings. These are actual like photographs of the moment.
And with a 3, he has no management to like wisdom save against what you just said, Athriel. He takes a full few seconds to just go.
It's
It's sort of like somebody from the modern day talking to a medieval peasant, where it's like, no.
yeah. You want to go to the Las Vegas Dome?
My word, it's magic.
Oh my!
No, the guy would have a fucking heart attack in that thing. You kidding me? Like,
Are you telling me the devil is here? Is this the rapture?
I mean, there is a
Play
face
walking
that.
with dinosaurs and watch them think it's not a dragon.
Oh fuck. I was like, there is a face that like pops up on that thing in like the morning and it just looks around.
It's awesome.
It does look cool, regardless.
Again, you watch him for a moment, just take a second and just go, no, they are not Germans. They are. You know what? It's not important. They are exact details of what happened. Or at least what we know. You see, yeah, there's like pieces ripped apart off of this thing. What you would presume was the head of the creature is now just sort of like a pile of, I'd call it pulp. Whenever it's dead, it's not solid anymore, so it's just this amorphous blob of what's left.
Like,
But clearly, given how it's torn apart, it looks like it was ripped limb from limb before it died. And then something just left it there.
I think Fitz will kind of like lean in and like get a good look at the photos. Like, this wasn't done by one of the guardsmen, was it?
No,
What, the
it
murder?
must have.
What?
It must have been whatever. It must have been whatever destroyed the gate. That's the
That's
only
what we're thinking.
explanation, I think.
But some people think that, not me, mind you, but some people think that the two new fellas, given that one of them is undead, given they are semi-magical, may have let something in last night. Chiefly, there is one person who does not know what to think, but she is leaning toward believing them, and that is my wife, the mayor.
So I can assure you, like, Athriel would do no such thing. He's as noble as they come. Like, he wouldn't dare.
I believe that.
I understand.
know.
So how do we go about justifying our innocence in this?
I don't think it's a matter of justifying it. People are going to doubt whatever they doubt. What I'm saying is, some people are thinking that this might have been you both. Now, me and Athriel already talked yesterday about figuring out where the hell these creatures are coming from at all.
Yes.
Now, I had not intended for it to be this way, but it seems our initial deal needs to be adjusted somewhat. If only because I'm not only paying you in a little bit of gold, a little bit of clothes, in some way out of this place, but it appears that we're also going to be paying in some amount of repentance. Yes.
Very well.
That's not the strangest thing, though. I must add. It was the strangest thing. This morning, a group of people tried to leave for some sort of expedition. It was this old fella and this young man in shipman's clothes. I can't
Memories
begin to
come
get it.
rushing back of
Yeah.
last nights.
Yeah, the Fitz just like kind of mutters to himself in the lowest tone that he can. The bagel guy.
What? Hmm.
I'm gonna say that since Athriel just goes, the bigger guy on your hip.
Yeah.
I don't think Athriel would spill the beans about this because, I mean, like as much like as hospitable as this town has been, It seems like that needs to be something kept under wraps. At least for the time being.
Can I just like message that to you? It's just like kind of just like in that same cadence, but
Bagel guy.
bagel guy.
I mean the thing is that he would probably see whatever we message between each other because it does require
fuck.
somatic components. Yeah.
Okay, damn. I thought I
He
could.
just needs to all go like to each other.
There's a serious moment, all of a sudden, finger guns.
Strange
Like-
indeed.
Like, hey, your son just died. Finger guns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck. It's like finger guns. I'm really sorry for your loss, man.
I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, dude. Oh, your daughter's dead? Oh, man. Sucks for you.
Fuck.
Okay, I'm sorry.
West side?
Well, I would ask, aside from that, I would ask what you have on your itinerary for us.
Well, I was gonna form a posse and have somebody go out and start looking for what's going on out there, but considering that the front gate is not structurally good, at least not for the next few days till we get it properly fixed. Not really. There's not much more I can do but send you two out. If I send my guards, they're gonna leave the city a bit more vulnerable.
If
That
you
said-
do not, if you do not mind, though, I do have a request.
Of course, what's up?
Could I, that boy in the infirmary, is he still lucid? Could I possibly speak to him? I have some understanding of those creatures. Perhaps I could gain some sort of useful information from him.
I will add, by the way, Athriel, you've never seen. So you recognize the magic as Old Valyrian to some degree.
Yeah.
The creature itself is so alien to you. It is somehow weirder than your current situation.
Oh.
Now, yes, again, you do have some understanding of him. You were right in saying that. I'm just saying, just for Austin, for your understanding,
Right.
it is
Well, no-
to Athriel a weirder creature. The creature is weirder than
Right.
your situation physically.
Well, because I mean, you did say that the child got some words of abyssal from it, right?
it did, and that's what I was
Cu-
gonna say. Is
I-
you're absolutely useful here,
Yeah, because I speak abyssal.
and it seems the child understood them to some degree too. They're not really a child. This is just like a researcher, an arcane researcher.
Oh, okay.
They're just younger. Given this man that's talking to you is in his like 60s, it's being or 80s actually. Being younger is not hard.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely. He looks to you and he goes, he should be awake to some degree, yeah.
I would, although considering the town's current opinion of us, I suppose it might be proper to send us under armed guard. If only for appearances.
Oh,
And at the very least, if we don't return, then the townsfolk get a little bit of, gratification from it.
Not into the woods, I mean only to visit this person.
I'm gonna. He's gonna roll something because I have something to say more to the story. You guys were not awake or aware of this. That's a nat 20. I guess I'm going to cut to something that neither you nor Fitz are aware of because it's funny.
Mm.
We're gonna about an hour ago, before you guys woke up, is our lovely sheriff standing on a podium in front of a ton of angry townspeople. Essentially announcing, now, I assure you they will make up for this terrible misdeed that they may or may not have committed. I do not believe they did. By finding the creature and, of course, slaying it and making sure that all of our troubles go away in this regard. Should they not, I assure you people, they will hang by the neck until dead. I assure you. Cutting back to him right now. I think they know that you're on the case, actually. I think you both fine.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sure they know you're on the case. I mean, you're working with me. It's fine.
I mean, after all, I trust your way with words that, you know, you...
Yeah. Away with words. Him silently recalling he was also hammered. Just... Might have an issue. I really hope this creature don't run away.
Regardless, we will.
He like takes a sip of iced tea in his hands, like just.
Yeah.
Oh. He's visibly shaking
Yeah.
as he like talks with you guys.
Yeah,
Now. He's like, no, you both got it.
Like he doesn't look like a little bit pale or like he's just like.
His hair is like mostly white with like streaks of brown at this point in his age.
Yeah.
His face is also just as white. He's wearing like the tiny like Teddy Roosevelt spectacles. They're hanging really low on his face as he's like drooping like full Mitch McConnell gaze for a few seconds.
God. Oh, that'll date this.
But oh, absolutely. Welcome to 2023.
Yeah. People
Mazel
watch.
tov.
Oh yes, people watching this in the future. Hey, remember that time Athriel fucked the cowgirl? What? I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I don't
Remember
know.
that time Fitz drifted a boat?
Yeah, broke its legs too. Broke a boat's legs.
Fuck the what?
Murdered an entire crab civilization from that boat.
As we come back from all of this, yeah, no, he essentially looks to you both and says, "I don't think an armed guard is necessary. We can walk together, actually." He's gonna need to roll something to recall. He doesn't recall it.
If it is not too much, though, are there any facilities where I could clean myself up? I'm quite uncomfortable in. And he like pulls at his tunic. I think I fitted it on the wrong way last night.
We actually have some amount of lodgings that are for the Rangers, but given that a few of them died, you're welcome to use the sort of, I guess, spare lodgings. The sort of, the area for Rangers up at the front. It's these two buildings, by the way.
All right. He just wants to take a bath real quick. If that luxury can be afforded to him.
They've got bathing quarters. They got beds. They've
Yeah,
got water. I would say I actually had wanted to invite you both to breakfast. Continue. I'm so sorry.
Well, cause like Athriel has just kind of been walking around. I imagine that he never. I imagine this body hasn't had a bath before it died. Since before it died.
The best you've had is that you were briefly dunked in the ocean.
Yeah.
And also you kind of took a bath yesterday in poison water.
Yeah.
It had to have burned away anything dirty.
Yeah, exactly.
But he wants a real bath.
I mean,
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we can just like hand wave that away.
No, I'm jokingly saying like you had the closest equivalent, but not a bath, nothing to make you feel clean.
Yeah.
You are still a greasy dead guy.
Yeah. So we can just hand wave that away. Athriel and I guess Fitz too are now cleaned up and we're on the case.
I was gonna say because I've got like mud crusting up on my face. I need to.
Oh yeah, no, both of you. Weirdly, Athriel's the one with mud crusting on your face. Fitz, you're kind of semi-clean. I mean, you were on the mud sled, so you weren't muddy.
Oh, okay.
It's more of a matter of like you are sticky because a lot of like crunched soda cans sprayed all over you.
Yeah.
We're like if you put your hand against your coat, you can't pull your hand off.
Okay, yeah.
It's just immediately stuck.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I need that washed.
It is also
currently
impossible for you to unsheath your saber. It's just soda's inside the sheath.
I may need to see the blacksmith.
So So cleaning, and then let's go talk to this guy who
And
might
yes.
be gibbering insane.
I will quickly run through that as, firstly, the Rangers do not give you guys very kind looks, except for, like, 2 of them that saw you guys run in yesterday and are like, okay, you're not working with a creature,
Mhm.
because that creature made you almost shit yourself and you're dead.
I didn't almost shit myself. What the fuck are you talking about?
Every Ranger who sees somebody run from a creature assumes that they were scared of it. Because Rangers are assholes.
Fitz just kind of like doesn't really pay them any mind because he's kind of used to like dirty looks. You know, like he's been places.
A couple of them, the 2 that you guys kind of semi-recognized from yesterday,
Mhm.
they give you both looks of like approval. One of them, after you guys bathe and sort of get a moment to clean up and rest a little bit, as you guys finally step back outside, one of the Rangers pats you on the back, and as they do, you notice a civilian in like black is like doing like weird motions that you don't really recognize. They're behind you. It's hard to see. Roll a quick perception check or intelligence check, actually.
Like me or?
Yeah, you.
Okay.
Oh, not me?
No, because Athriel, you notice immediately. Fitz,
Oh,
what
okay.
do you get?
You said on an intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
You might have a negative.
Yeah, no, there it is. Yeah, it's a -1 to intelligence. I got a 9. So it would be 8.
It looks like he might be doing some sort of blessing or perhaps some gang signs of some sort. You're not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Athriel, he's measuring Fitz for a coffin.
Hmm.
Very much measuring him for a coffin. You notice like he turns to do the same for you.
Just sort of shrug. You never know.
Also, not you both are still not at all aware of what the sheriff has sort of told the town.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, it's he sort of like measures you as you guys walk. By the way, I will add. So you guys are sort of heading up to this little infirmary. This here at the end. And as you guys arrive, I'll say, he sort of like bows to you both, tips his hat, and just goes, "Right, I'll be seeing you soon then." And in a little like puff, he actually flits away as you see this, like what you thought was just like a short man is a sort of pixie.
Oh. It's kind
Flits
of
and
off.
that was the guy that was measuring us?
Yeah.
At least.
strange.
And stepping in, this is an empty infirmary. There's like 2 nurses. There's a huge amount of beds, but as you guys know, anyone who would have been injured yesterday, they just fully died. They were the doors were sort of locked, and they were left to their fate.
Right.
So, you know, in this moment, the nurses don't have anybody to look after besides this one person in the very back. You see them like redressing or finishing redressing some like wounds. Their chest looks like really messed up just because of the bandaging. One of their arms is fully like broken and reset. Their like neck is held in place. Looks like, you know, they got crushed or just like ripped apart a little bit. But they are just sort of like looking scared in every direction, sort of in and out of lucidness. But as you guys walk in, the nurses leave his side, and you are welcome to approach.
All right. Would you say that last night would have been a long rest at all?
Oh, yes.
All right. Okay, because that might be important.
Because, yeah, like spell slots and health are reset.
Okay, yeah, no change here. I'm good.
All right. Well.
I just pat Athriel on the back, like, yeah, you go get him, bud.
Fitz.
In that instance, I give him bardic inspiration.
Beautiful.
So what? So, like, what is this? Just like a human, or
I mean, they are covered in so many bandages that they're either human or like a wood elf. It's hard to really tell considering that like most of their body is bandaged in some way. But they appear to be, more humanoid, probably leaning more toward like elven.
And there's
Lawful.
still no
Hello.
such thing as an iron lung here, right?
Not here, not in this city. They're not using any iron lungs. It's not that bad.
Okay.
Latho Thelanon? Hello, friend. Might I know your name?
Oh, by the way, Fitz.
Yeah.
You recover from your necrotic damage. Your health, full health 102.
Oh, fuck yeah. Cool.
Yeah, necrotic damage is healed from like normal. It's just
Oh.
for that day.
I was unaware of that. That's good to know.
Yeah, God, no, I'm not gonna make that permanent.
I was
That's
about to
crazy.
say,
Nobody
like,
does
dude,
that.
if I'm at 86 for the rest of this, I'm gonna be fucked.
But Athriel, as you go ahead and ask his name, he like looks around and he's just, yeah, yes, sorry, Alkir.
What was
It's
that?
like, Alkir.
Alkir.
There you go.
Oh,
Lokir of Rorikstead.
okay. Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
Well, I'm from Rorikstead. That'd be still fucking mean right before he dies.
The sheriff.
I'm
has,
from Rorikstead.
The sheriff has set us on the task of figuring out whatever it was that caused that mess you were involved in. There were some things I wanted to ask of you since you managed to speak to the creature that was killed.
Yes. I'm. Whatever I can do to help if it stops whatever that was.
Thank you. I will assure that your town is safe from this threat, or to the best of my ability.
He doesn't
Any-
look too. I just wanted to add, he doesn't look too concerned about the town. And in fact, you realize, similar to you guys, he's one of the people who maybe got like lost in the woods at some point or something happened, and he just found his way working with this school. Doesn't seem like he belongs here any more than you guys do.
You're not from this place, are you?
No, of course not. No. No, I wouldn't. I would never stay here willingly.
Such is the case for most, though. Might I know where you are from? Thoughts of home tend to comfort in duress.
I grew up in the frosted woodlands out by Nexera.
Frosted woodlands. Do I have any memory of that place?
You went to Nexera a couple times. Essentially, any of the like outer woodlands. It's sort of like going to Canada and going to Nunavut. It's like that is a huge area that is just sort of like not largely inhabited. They just sort of regard most of their woodlands as the frosted wood. But yeah, you recall going through there for like a hunt and whatnot. Occasionally, you were a knight. You were mostly you were something of a token for the royalty, so you would often go out for like recreation.
Right.
And you absolutely remember that like owl bears were a big problem out there and whatnot. Like it was clearly a magical place, which a lot of the people around you did not like.
I do not envy you to live in this place that seems to be such a twisted caricature of your homeland.
How do you think I feel when I go off the boat? Our ship got hit by something. Some vast thing on the horizon shot at us. Some people called it a Leviathan, and I thought it was a joke. And then suddenly I'm reading books and finding that there's a place, if you could believe such place.
Yeah.
And Athriel, to be fair, you don't really know much about what Leviathan would be, other than it's supposedly a floating city.
I have heard the name Leviathan here and there, but I don't really know much of it.
I've been
Is
there.
a floating city, I have heard?
Do I just kind of like...
It is.
Do I try and
You
fill...
know what it is.
Yeah, I know what it is. I've been there. I crash landed there. So, like...
You can fill them both in to some degree. Yeah, they.
Yeah.
It seems one of them's only aware of like the general schematic,
Mhm.
not really the nature or anything like that.
I just kind of like take a seat beside them. Leviathan is this giant vessel, ships within ships, just collided into one for one giant city of sorts. Just hodgepodge, you know?
I'll say that at the very least, Akir, he looks kind of terrified by that.
Mhm.
Especially as like listening to your words, looks around at both of you and goes, "Oh, that place is what has been making a lot of us find ourselves stuck here. These a few people, some of those airship captains who, well, I guess they mostly passed away now. A lot of them were shot down by some fleets from this place. And I thought they were talking about Leviathans of the sky, but now I'm not so sure.
If I may inquire, how long have you been in this town?
2 months.
Mm.
I remember months before that, a lot of people disappeared. When I got here, most of the people who weren't from here said that they had been transported at random, and the ones who hadn't said that they'd been shot down or found themselves washed ashore after the ships had sank. In fact, there was one woman who was here when I found myself here. She, I think, attempted to get to the next city. She was the only survivor of her cruise liner. She said they'd all made it ashore, but that the woodlands killed everyone save her. Terrible, terrible business. Others... Go ahead.
Whatever it is, this Leviathan sounds like a wicked place.
Truly the wickedest of the wicked lie inside.
Wicked.
Not that kind of wicked.
So it's an amazing place. It's quite wicked, right?
No, far. Oh, you sweet summer child.
Thankfully, no raiding parties came with, but everybody was in fear when we got here. It seems that those terrors simply wanted to have some fun, crashing us all here, and then left without even taking a plunder.
I would see them put to the sword for their misdeeds.
The sword gives them honor. Put them to the rope. You actually see a glint in his eye that implies that there's some, like, Nexaran and Valyrian culture are weirdly similar. Nexera just goes hard in the other direction. Like, Valyria's like, adhere to the gods and forget about magic.
Right.
Nexera is more adhere to the gods of magic and the darker gods.
Ah, okay.
So, weaponry having some amount of, like, class to it and some amount of social status, it does translate really well to him. So yeah, his sort of immediate going with you is, like, really in there.
You make a good point, friend. You are of Nexera, yes? Or from around there?
Yes. Yes.
also the reason why I wanted to speak with you is because he kind of like pulls off his left vambrace and sort of unwraps it to reveal the sort of like abyssal scrawlings of magic all kind of wrapped around his arm.
He looks them over,
I
squints, and just
have
like, interesting.
I have some I have understanding of their language, so whatever words that thing said to you, if you can remember them, and if you are comfortable with remembering them, I would like to know them. It might aid us in some way.
He doesn't need any persuasion to talk with you guys about this. He sort of like shakes a little bit, looks to you and just goes, it didn't make sense at the time. I didn't know what it was trying to say. I tried to speak with animals. I tried to speak with the dead. Considering the creature had taken corpses into itself at one point. None of it worked. But out of nowhere, I believe it was detect thoughts. I was able to hear some of what it was, I suppose, trying to say. All of it was roar at me. Things about it arriving. It was getting closer. It was talking about being something more than just the vessel that it inhabited. It spoke as if it was many things at once. And also one singular, massive creature.
Can I make an Arcana check to try and remember anything about that in any sort of abyssal lore I might have come across?
I'll actually say, in this regard, this creature sounds unique to your understanding. That's me essentially giving you the effect of a nat 20 in this moment. I wouldn't say you'd need to roll for this. This is a thing of like, this is different than anything you've heard of. Your understanding of most like abyssal creatures is like, yes, some can be like that, but they wouldn't present themselves in a way where it could be like immediately destroyed as this one was. The way that this sounds is more like this is something that knew abyssal, or perhaps even something that is closer to a mortal in like they knew abyssal, and thus that's what they chose to speak here, rather than them being actually abyssal. Because when you were around it, that creature didn't feel abyssal at all.
Right.
It felt strange, felt necrotic more than anything. And in fact, the living flesh you saw it made of, it was just rotting flesh that was taking a form. There is a possibility that it was more of like a golem or something to that degree. And that actually seems to be his own like understanding. As he like looks sort of down, it's just like it was talking about escaping these darkened lands and it wanted to be free. It wanted to I believe it spoke more of using the routes it was given to make a hasty escape. But then it started to get afraid, and that thing barreled through, nearly slayed me. If I hadn't been tossed under the creature, it likely would have killed me proper. I was only hit by grazes of what it was doing to the creature above. Actually, at points where his chest is gashed through, it simply lopped the other creature's head off, and well, this is where it snagged me.
Interesting.
But
Athriel kind of thinks on it for a second.
whatever it was, I don't. If it is more than just the creature, I truly hope it doesn't get to whatever escape it speaks of.
Thank you for your assistance.
So, he nods and sort of looks. He keeps looking down a little bit, but sort of shaking and sitting there. Doesn't really speak anymore. Of course. He's sort of looking a 1,000-yard stare. Not really focused on anything, just that sort of downtrodden look.
I sort of, I set my hand on his shoulder, and Vel saith us. Farewell to you, Alkir. Might our paths cross again.
Gives you a deep nod. May they cross again. If only. In this life, then perhaps the next.
And I know Athriel will take his leave.
Oh yeah, Fitz, Athriel, you're both welcome to leave. As he has stopped being super responsive, is what I'll say. But you've both been presented with some amount of knowledge from what he heard from the creature. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, and definitely on his way out, Athriel wraps his arm back up and puts the van brace back on.
Hardcore. It was like, I am not Abyssal.
Yep,
I'm toilet
nope.
paper.
We don't need any more rumors.
They already think I summoned something into the town, so...
Oh, wait, you guys think that I summoned something? No, couldn't have been me. Don't worry about it. I didn't do anything. Shut up.
No, these markings?
No.
No, they're not. They're not.
Stop.
What?
I didn't do anything.
Oh my god.
Shut up.
Jeez.
Just Athriel the next day, just coming through, it's fine. I don't know what you were talking about.
Just taking a fucking cheese grater to his arm.
Oh my god. Grate it down like a block of pecorinos and there's nothing left.
Exactly.
I have no idea of which you speak. Leave me be to my business, please.
Leave me to my terrible and sexy ways.
Hair flip.
But absolutely, you both, and I'll even say, I'll give you both as players time to sort of, if there's anything y'all want to try and like talk on or think on in this moment, but more narratively, I'll say the two of you find your way back. I'll say to the Rangers sort of like quarters. They always keep like a little bit of food going, a little bit of stuff like roasting. There's some like warmed like wine cider. So you guys are able to like, sort of sit comfortably and sort of talk and plan amongst each other as to what to do perhaps next.
So, Fitz, tell me, did any of that sound familiar to you?
Not quite, no. Nothing like familiar really like sparked anything, but
Have you encountered any of these sorts of creatures in the past before?
Nothing made of from the pictures you saw, Fitz. Nothing in the slightest.
yeah. I was gonna say like I've seen some shit, but I haven't seen anything like this before.
There is nothing you've seen before that, as was described, takes corpses and turns it into living flesh, parts of itself.
I mean, this is entirely new territory for me.
I think the closest thing to it would be that sort of like demonic sort of dragon that nearly killed Rune and you.
Right, yeah.
But even that is kind of different to a degree that's like, it's similar, but it's still quite different in comparison.
Right.
That's just me as DM trying to give you some of the info that I think you'd already have.
Right. Appreciate. Seeing like there's no beast I've encountered that's quite like this. Like there have been like things of, you know, that ring similar descriptions, but nothing of this caliber.
That's unfortunate. It seems as though we're both in the dark on it. It matched nothing that I had heard and matched nothing that I learned of in the lore that I had studied. Seems entirely new. Something novel. Something very, very dangerous.
Dangerous is underselling it, I believe. But you are correct.
I will add that at the very least you're aware, Athriel, that
Yes.
some forms of undead magic exist in this woodland. Not a ton from what you've seen, but clearly like some amounts of evil magic exist in these woodlands. From your perspective of like that armor had come to life, those
Right.
mushroom spores, I mean mushrooms come from rot. It seems like at the very least that this could be produced by the woods themselves. Or perhaps whatever thing has been corrupting these woods to this degree.
So what about the tree that I accidentally made?
As far as you can tell, it looks like they were like the tree, essentially, like everything coming through this. It looks like it was related to the symbol itself, the symbol of that old sort of like earth and nature magic god.
So not so that definitely didn't seem like the same kind of vibe as the rest of the woods is giving off. Okay.
No, this was like in a place full of darkness. That symbol was you letting in a tiny piece of light. A piece.
Hmm.
Now that said, it is like a very like this is like probably the last church of that god, and it's destroyed. So the question of if it's actually like powerful enough to do anything of import, you know, it took a full night for that tree to actually grow. So doing anything effective with it is different, you know?
Remembering that, Athriel's just had an idea. Athriel thinks to the jar of the sap. We need to find an alchemist. I have an idea.
By the way, Athriel,
Yes.
could you roll me? I'm actually going to say that in this moment, we're taking a small period of downtime. About, call it an hour and a half of you both being able to do sort of whatever you like.
Right.
As you sort of say, we need to find an alchemist. Kind of turns into a bit of a quiet breakfast. Athriel, could you roll me 2 history checks?
Ooh, okay. 2 of them.
One with advantage.
Okay, so advantage.
And I would like
28
you...
and 22.
That 22 is also a 28. I'm giving you... I'm adding knowledge of a past life to this.
Ooh, just like a free one?
Yeah,
All right.
Good shit.
because you have memories that make a lot of stuff semi-connect. Athriel,
Yes.
you kind of already knew some of those symbols in that church, and you weren't really sure how or why until it starts to click with you. I'm actually going to start with that second history check. The Earth Magi that had found themselves in Valyria so long ago originally started in Hashendel, in this land.
Earth Magi from Ashendel.
They are
All right.
from this home. This is sort of their homeland. These were not always this dark woodland. In fact, you've been to this woodland before. It was very different when you were here the last time. But a very long time ago, whenever the Earth Magi had like joined you guys in the war against Palrindel the first time, you had come here. I mean, it was like the second year into the war. You recall coming here and talking with them and being very jovial and having a sort of nice time. They even showed you some amount of like, oh, this is how we worship our god of spirits. And they even grew one of these trees that you recognized, the sap was, useful. You knew to take it. You see them like taking it and using it for like pitch and fermenting it into wines and whatnot.
All
This-
right, all right, all right.
You sort of recall being here, how everything was kind of normal for them. That was like, they were a sort of like, they were in control of it all. They understood how the magics worked. They kept this god semi-alive to a degree. And I bring that up more because now seeing it so destroyed and kind of gone, I'll even say to some degree that one that you were at, what was weird about it is that the floor plan wasn't the same. You have a keen mind. The floor plan of that one wasn't the same as it was last time you were there, which doesn't make any sense because there was nobody could have come and changed the floor plan of the old church.
Right.
The last of those magi died with Valyria, essentially. But it does have the same floor plan as the one that you remember them building in Valyria.
Oh Lord.
It's this strange thing, and I'll say with the other history of 28, it almost feels like arcanely something has sort of switched their places. And given your understanding of corruption being in sort of like old Valyria, if a piece of old Valyria has found its way out, that would explain what's happened to these woods.
Athriel just kind of like, all the pieces kind of click together in his head. It's the church.
The church was sort of swirling, trying to keep you guys in place. It makes perfect sense.
What kind of conclusion does that bring us to, though?
The only understanding that you really have is that the corruption, at least somewhat, is coming from the church. Or at least coming from that area. That some piece, perhaps, of Valyria, or old Valyria, has found its way out, and perhaps some piece of the old world has found its way down there. Almost as if Arcana itself, or even, roll me an Arcana with advantage.
Alright. Arcana.
I wish I had you here, because this is totally Box of Doom. Let's see. That is a 6. Yeah, so that was me DM being like, do you hit my AC? With a 16, you don't know a ton about magic, Athriel. Like, not to the degree that you would like in this regard.
Right.
It's almost like, you recall, like, it was some, like, whenever Valyria fell, it was some rampant, terrible spell that you watched cascade across the sky before you were flung up a few thousand feet. It was terrifying. It was a very, almost a traumatically magical moment. There is real possibility. I mean, the origin of their magic was the old church. There is perhaps some credence to be given to the idea that perhaps in the same way that the Sunless Lands were sort of created, in the same way like Valyria fell, that perhaps that magic sort of going so powerfully, perhaps the old church found its way to Valyria. That would mean that the one in Valyria would have had to find its way back out. There's a potential that perhaps in that moment of them kind of trying to fix everything, that they pulled a little piece of home in with them, which means a piece of corruption went out with it.
Sort of transmutative process.
Exactly. So again, it more just means that there is some amount of corruption bleeding out, and that would explain your whole problem.
We need to find a way to remove the church, or at least remove its power over the land. But how do we do that?
I'm sorry, remove the church?
Deus Vult! How dare you! The church is here to stand.
I imagine that Athriel is kind of like talking this at himself while he's going to try to find an alchemist.
Say remove the church, like 20 paladins walk away dejectedly.
Damn.
Although if Fitz is coming along with him, he might have heard that.
Fitz, if you're going along with him, you absolutely heard that.
I was about to say, yeah, because I feel like we're just kind of like wandering town, right? I would think.
Looking for an alchemist. Yeah.
For an alchemist, yeah, okay. So I've just been listening to this dude like fucking mutter to himself for the past 5 minutes.
Fitz, that's it. It's the corruption of Old Valyria. It's seeping into the land itself. That church, it was from Old Valyria. I remember the floor plan exactly. When the
What an
earth...
odd thing to say.
You know, like what you studied it, like you fucking nerd.
So wait, it's whenever like the Earth Magi locked away Old Valyria, these like switched places, or?
It seems like either they did it instantly, or perhaps over time they've been slowly seeping between each other. Because to be perfectly honest, the way that spell worked was essentially a bunch of people rolled a nat 1, and all of a sudden their source of magic was siphoned into one place. To be fair, that was their source of magic. There's a potential that slowly, over the last few thousand years, there has been a seeping of corruption that's only just now reached a breaking point.
There would have used to have been a different church there, back in the days before the fall of Old Valyria. But via some sort of side effect, a translocative, conjurative process must have switched the two locales. And now because of that place's inherent connection to the lands of Old Valyria, corruption is seeping through it.
Fitz, there are like very few things you understood just now.
I was gonna say, yeah, dude, like I'm just like
corruption.
I'm just slowly nodding my head. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Fitz, the big one is, yeah, corruption makes sense considering where you were felt like corruption.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, if we dismantle the church, then that corruption will cease?
Perhaps. We might have... It might require some sort of more complete removal process. I'm
Well,
not
like
sure
blowing
if
it
we
up?
need to simply... Maybe we might even have to get rid of the land around it too. I don't know what sort of power we could... We might need an archmage for that kind of thing.
By the way, could you roll me a, we'll call it investigate check to see if you can find a alchemist. Both of you can roll that.
Sure.
Ooh, investigation! I will. I believe that I can use one of my maneuvers. Let me look.
Investigation, that
That was a 9.
is... Yeah, that is also... I mean, I get a 10 on that, but it's still 9.
I would like to try an overkill and add a superiority die.
You got a 10 on that, but it's a 9. Oh,
I rolled a 9, but plus 1's a 10.
Well,
got it.
24.
So, firstly, Fitz,
Yep.
you're pretty sure that, you're pretty sure that you know where the alchemist lives. It has to be the building with the smoke coming from it. Because that's... Potions make smoke. With a 10 and your limited, non-existent explanation and understanding of alchemy, Fitz, the building with smoke coming from it is this big one. This big one here.
Hmm. Hey, I think I might have
Athriel.
found.
Yes.
As Fitz. I'm sorry. It's just it will go so terribly. I at least need him to know. Athriel, you are very aware of where the alchemist shop is, and it makes you
Yes.
maybe more frustrated that you do know than it would have than going with Fitz's thing would have gone, because you look around and you notice the only place that you see people walking away with potions, and that is the little windmill where a few halflings and their child make potions.
In the ring.
I have an idea.
Clearly, there are two alchemists here.
What if I threaten them again? Clearly there are two. Fitz, yeah, with that check, you're very confident that the building with all the smoke coming out of it has to be the one with the potions.
Exactly. Alright, I'm gonna go over there, see if I can talk them into helping us out. You do your own thing.
We're gonna do Fitz's first.
Break!
Right.
Okay, break.
Break?
We can call a break here, yeah.
No, I didn't
Alright.
say break. I meant like break as in team split up, do your thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, this is a moment to split up.
I mean,
Yes, yeah, Fitz-
unless you guys want to take a break, this is a good spot too. I mean, like,
Yeah, I think we could take a break here, actually.
I mean, if anyone needs to go
Call
take a
it for a
piss or
few
something.
minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Call it a few moments.
Okay. I'm gonna. Cool, that's good. There's a dead sprint to the other side of town.
Good God.
Alright. I shall return.
As will I.
Oh,
I'm going
boy.
to step away for a moment.
Alright, I could use a bathroom break.
We can all use a bathroom break. Let's call it a cool 5 minutes, Coolio.
Drink water. Become moist.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, you know? As one does. No funny words. I have no... I don't know. I'm just fucking waiting on the story man to come back. I'm just here. I am but the pawn in this story.
Not a pawn.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Slander.
I don't think that's how slander works, but I don't think slander is traditionally complimentary, but okay. You go ahead. Yeah, fuck me, I guess. Egg in my ass.
I
That's the saying, right? How else do you land in?
I don't know. I don't have the experience in egg laying.
No,
So-
you're psychic damage. So sorry.
Yeah, I need to...
This is completely natural.
That's
You're about to lay an egg.
that's 5 psychic, damn it. No.
You're,
You're about to
lay an
freaking
egg.
eat.
I'm about to commit.
No, you're about to freaking eat.
Do not freak a meep.
No. What? I still haven't gotten that far, alright?
Get to the final 2 episodes. Freaking eat, my guy.
When I get time, which is going to be never, because life hates me.
Yeah, just do it. Just make time. It's fine.
I fucking wish if I could make time, I'd, stop working, but I need money, so.
No, I get you. But yeah. So
I don't think Austin's back yet, though.
Austin. You jive fuck.
Posty, you there, bud?
And just like this, I cry.
Speak to us, cryptid. He's not there.
Oh. Dead men tell no tales, or whatever.
I am going to commit great crime. I'm going to
He's
bust
fucking
nut in water tower.
He's freaking
He's
amazing.
just completely, yeah, no, she's fucking dead.
Dude, he's fucking dead, dude.
He's fucking dead. Stop, he's already dead.
His family dead.
His family dead. Himself dead.
Yeah.
Low ways to get dead.
He sure do be died.
They sure do be a dead man. Dead men be we, or him, I don't know. Look,
Oh, that's cool as shit. I'm reading through the monster manual here. The Androsphinx is a really cool creature. It's 12th level spellcaster. It's inscrutable, which means you can't divine it. You can't read its thoughts. It has multi-attack. It can roar to scare you.
Interesting.
It's super cool.
I can do that too, but it's less impressive.
I could make y'all fight a giant ape.
No.
Oh man, depending on the situation, I feel like a normal dude.
Are you telling me when
Roar
we
at
go and meet Liam
Isn't
again, we're
terrifying.
going to have to fight him?
Liam's the fucking mini boss.
Liam is the giant ape.
Liam is the mini boss.
Are you fucking kidding? Honestly, that'd be That'd be fucked, but that'd be funny.
Don't you remember when he was a giant ape and we talked to the dragons?
Yes,
and he was told never do that again.
I remember.
Wait, he was told to never turn into a giant ape again?
No,
Like, never climb the tower as Donkey Kong again.
Yeah, he was carrying Abigail in his like giant monkey paw, and just like climbing up the thing and causing havoc because he was as
Full
smart
King
as the
Kong
giant
style.
monkey.
Yeah. Monkey.
Monkey.
It was he was literally told by the
Cursed,
fucking
man.
the dragon of like knowledge. It's just like, hey, don't do that again.
Amazing.
Truly. Also, Damien.
Yes.
Leviathan is fully, like, without a leader right now, right? Or is Jamina Joy still?
Jamina Joy was the bosun. She, assumedly, will be taking some amount of control. She was, last you saw her, she was leading a bit of a crusade against those that she saw as non-loyal pirate, dreadlords.
I was gonna say, because last I remember, she was after me.
Bonjour.
Oh, he's back.
Alright.
Bonjour, je ne sais quoi.
Silence flies.
Anarchy, buzz buzz.
Bitch.
What you said, Damien, made no
I know.
sense.
I'm very aware. Bonjour, je ne sais quoi. Oui, t'étais quoi ça?
Hello, I do not know what.
Is a photo data?
Ah, biblioteca.
No.
Ich bin ein Kartoffel, ja.
I am not a jelly donut.
How dare. How dare you mention jelly donuts in my presence?
This entire relationship was built on a lie. I want a divorce immediately.
Hey, Ian.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to give Fitz an ability.
God,
Because
what?
there's a creature in the monster manual. I'll have to add this later. It would not be right now.
Of course.
But there's a creature in the monster manual. It is a swarm of ravens.
That
That is
fucking,
one creature.
Murder of crows?
That'd be fucking sick.
Swarm
I can't-
of ravens, swarm of rats, swarm of wasps, and swarm of spiders. Those are all a creature type.
Oh yeah, no, but you have to like rename it to like the cloak of ravens or something.
Actually,
The
you know,
ra-
fun
the
fact, that's
raven's
an
cloak, there you
actual
go.
item. There's actually an item.
The
called
ravening
that.
cloak.
Ravening cloak.
Yeah, but oh god, I just had a realization. What if all the fucking ravens he summons are just related to Elric?
Oh my god.
They all just go seeds.
That's the
Cloak-
only drawback to it.
Cloak of Elric.
No, that's what happens. Like if it's like if it's like a nat one.
Wait, hold up. The
Every
Elric
time.
family reunion.
Every time he summons a raven and it's Elric's family, they always have to peck him first before they go
Yeah,
off
they-
and do
like
his
they-
bidding.
You take like 1 damage per one of
Absolutely.
them, but then they fuck up whatever is going against you.
I
Seeds.
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 Come in handy whenever we inevitably face off the great and dangerous seed elemental.
One of these days.
One of these days.
Uh,
Zoom straight to
shall we?
the place. Yeah, anyways.
Absolutely. Sorry, again, I was grabbing certain things.
You're good.
Which is good for someone probably, not you guys, but it's fine.
That's whatever.
There we go.
Words against me.
That's can't make it so sad.
Hey, I didn't specifically say it was like me or Fitz. It could be taken
Still.
either way.
Still.
Either way, it's gonna be sad, man. I self-deprecating humor, baby.
Grabbing a few things.
Anyways,
no
here
more
be this Wonderwall.
destructive thoughts.
No,
Oh.
I make no guarantees, and I never fucking will.
Bonjour, je ne sais quoi.
Stop that, get some Stop that. Get some help. Costs money, Megan. And I don't have.
So, with your sort of understanding of everything going on, and Fitz, your lack of understanding of everything going on,
Smoke means alchemy. I found it.
Smoke means alchemy. This is not a nat 1. This is just the fact that, like, other than getting the AC on this, or the DC on this, there's really nothing else for you to do but just go for the next best thing. And Fitz does not know alchemy at all.
It's fucking wizardry, man. I don't know.
Like, I offered you a poisoner's kit at the beginning of Sunless Lands, and you did not want it, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, no, I don't need your kits, old man.
I told you would need to make survival rules, and you said, nah, I'm good. And so I was like, okay. So, Fitz.
It's fine. What's up?
You see a big building with smoke just kind of pouring off of it a little bit.
Mhm.
You can hear the sounds of things bubbling and churning. You hear the slow grinding, like, of what sounds like a bunch of people in mortars and pestles.
Mhm. I just kind of... It's not like an open window or anything like that, or...
It's a huge open front. There's not like windows or
Oh,
doors.
okay,
It's just a
cool.
huge open front, very medieval building. Where it's like sort of a loft without any front wall.
Okay.
But it's still like very murky. The moment that you get like up close to it, it's just a thick fog that you can actually feel as you get into it.
With this false confidence I have in me, like, I was like, excuse me, I would like to speak to the alchemist here, the resident alchemist. I'm in dire need of assistance.
Quick question, Fitz.
Yeah, what's up?
It's semi like so you're coming over here. It's I mean around here it's always dark.
Mhm.
I was simply asking, do you bring do you have a torch with you as you're like coming in?
I don't think that I do. I don't think that I would really expected to get anything, or like
Well, I'm more asking like going around the town, given it's around the dimmer town. Go ahead.
I mean, I will say that Fitz is a half elf, and half elves have dark vision.
I do
He
have
does
dark,
have dark
I
vision.
do have dark vision. Can I just use?
I've-
Alright.
No, you're good. I'm not telling you to use one.
Mhm.
I'm asking. Because I know that you've said in the past, like you've specified that you were holding a torch at some points.
Mhm.
But no, you're good. You did not specify that at all. The entire last 2 episodes were good.
Yeah.
I'm more asked because as you walk in, you see a bunch of like pretty far away from this place snuffed out torches.
Mhm.
And as you walk in, you know why. As you go ahead and ask, like, may I see the resident alchemist? You sort of choke a little bit coming in here without having anything over your face. On 2 things.
Mhm.
One is the smell of flour, like actual like cooking flour, like a mill.
Yeah.
The other smell is like ethanol, like hardcore straight alcohol, like fuel basically.
Oh,
This is a
goodness.
mill and a distillery. And if you didn't know, Ian, aerated flour is the most flammable thing basically on Earth.
Mm.
It is truly, if you aerate some flour and light it up, it will truly burn your house down. It's crazy how much fire such a small amount of stuff makes.
Mm.
If you had a torch, you would have just walked in, and then like Athriel from across the town just sees a.
Just a. Only
More
you.
so,
Can,
yeah.
Only you can prevent cottage fires.
I am putting that on a shirt. Wait for Red
Do
Bubble,
it.
baby.
Fucking do it.
Wait for the Leviathan Red Bubble. We're making a profit.
Yes.
Fitz.
Yeah. What's up?
As you walk in, the sort of gentle clink of some of your like slightly armored parts, immediately, the moment people hear that, some lady like runs up, grabs onto like any moving metal, and is like, nope, and pulls off some of your armor plates and shoves them into your bag where they can't like make static as they
Whoa,
bump
whoa.
against each other. She's like, stop,
Yeah.
stop,
What do you mean, sir? Why are you stripping me down? What the hell?
just like, what? Everything here is flammable. And you can make a little shock, a little jolt, a little bit of static, and then we're all dead. Do you have dust in your ears? Do you have wax in there? She grabs your head and screams in your ear. Do you have wax in there?
I mean, I fell into the ocean, so probably not anymore. But
She sort of just like looks at you with sort of slight fear of this rando walking in to this mill that people really shouldn't be in. It's mostly automated, save for like the 5 people who are running it, fully like top down in canvas suits. But she like gingerly grabs your hand and leads you to the back room, where she like opens it, shoves you in, and closes the door as puffs of flour fall down to the floor. And you see like arcane lights sort of sitting against the wall, casting the whole room in a gentle blue glow.
Pretty.
Right. What is it you want?
I was trying to find the alchemist.
She
I
roll a quick insight. And what made you think on the gods' greenest Argoria that this, of all places, was an alchemist? This giant loft with a gigantic grindstone that you could see for a mile. Why this place specifically?
Look, I don't know the layout of the time. I've only been here like, what, less than a day now. I saw smoke coming from the building. I immediately thought, hey, this is the alchemist. This has to be it.
If an alchemist places smoking, they are not a good alchemist. That is the opposite of what an alchemist would want.
Are they, would a smoke, like, a puff of smoke indicate a bad alchemist, or them just, like, practicing their craft?
She slaps you.
Fuck!
For 5 points of damage.
God!
She just, like, hearing you be ever so slightly either stupid or a smartass, she's like, no. Truly, no, I'm good. She just slaps you without even thinking about it.
Oh. Alright. I got it. I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm
I
sorry.
like this lady.
She just sort of smiles and nods and goes, right. So, next big, sort of different question. Why are you looking for an alchemist? Just by every process under the sun I can't begin to understand. What do you need an alchemist for? Because you don't look like you could tell 2 rocks from your own ass.
I mean, I could tell one rock, that's in my fucking eye, thank you very much, but...
She looks at your face, squints, and it's like, you shouldn't go around telling people that your face is full of jewelry. I will add that. She looks at your eye and is like immediately aware that it's a gemstone. Like, that is not something you should share freely. Because if I were even slightly more, let's call it enterprising, I would probably have knocked you out by now for that. Now, she just sort of moves on swiftly. It's just like, why do you need the alchemist? Explain it to me. And without even really like talking with you very much, she motions you to like take a seat. She seems more keen on talking with you and figuring out your whole deal. And Athriel, we move to you. Athriel, you see this little windmill. By the way, the windmill itself is their home.
Oh, okay.
It's this itty bitty. I mean, they're halflings. They're like 3 feet tall at the tallest.
Itty bitty alchemy committee.
So what? So I would just like walk up, like knock on the door.
It seems like it's functioning as some sort of business normally. The door is closed at the moment, though.
Does it seem like it's open?
They're definitely home.
Athriel puts on his proudest bearing. Kind of bends over a little bit so he's not crouching. And knock, 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 knock.
That was truly the most bouncing I've seen out of a die. 17 plus 3. With the dirty 20, the wife actually like, leans out. You see, even on this short, like 3 foot tall door, she has to lean up on her tiptoes for the top of her eyes to be there. And you see immediate like shock, fear, and anger at once. Go away! We don't need none of what you're giving.
What would I even say here?
I'm sorry that I killed your son, but I need something.
If you would if you would humor me for a moment, I give my deepest, most sorrowful apologies for what happened last night. I,
Go ahead.
oh, what?
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought that was her saying it.
No, you're good. Continue.
I was in a drunken state, which I did not even know I could get into. I truly do not know what came over me. I simply require your services, and if you should see fit, I will pay double for whatever you charge normally.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh, okay. I am good with persuasion, but I am going to use my commanding presence maneuver to add a D10 superiority die to this.
Okay.
So let's add a D10. 19.
So 19. Let's see. Is she feeling like being persuaded? Sure is. There's like the briefest moment where you see she could definitely misunderstand what her services might, like what you might mean by that. Like, clearly there's a way where somebody could take that wording in the absolute wrong sense.
Right.
She doesn't. You see briefly flashes across her face like, what does he mean? But that's fine. And it's in that moment, she just looks at you with this like deep squint, pulls her absolutely tiny spectacles, like if you picked them up, you would crush them. Just... All right then. I heard you to it though. And she like, you hear like 12 locks, like. And then the door cranks open. Right, well, come on in. What's your head and the rest of you?
Athriel's like 6'1", so he's like basically having to crawl in.
It's literally on hands and knees. It is literally like it's very small.
Is there even room enough for him to stand up whenever he gets inside, or no?
God no. God no.
All right, so he's just gonna like stay on his knees.
It's very crisscross applesauce in here.
All right.
Like the actual diameter of the room is like 20 feet, but the actual height is so small. In the very center, there's like a mill that's like always grinding up new ingredients.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Now, I'm sure that you are aware of what happened. Well, this morning, I should say. The incident with the gate.
She actually looks a little bit like she doesn't really know that much. She looks at you and just sort of shrugs and goes, something happened. I know that much. Husband and I were looking after our dear son.
Yes, again, my sincerest apologies.
She actually sort of shrugs and just goes, we keep warning him to stay away from that damn bar. Honestly, knowing that somebody actually put him in his place is probably for the best. He's not dead, even if he was. Probably for the better that it happened anyway. Better that somebody actually had the foresight to bring him back.
Fucking, how did that ant get on my goddamn arm? I don't understand.
Austin, your aunt loves you.
No, an ant.
I know.
Fucking ants.
Austin, your aunt just wants some attention. She loves you very much.
She just wants you to say hi every once in a while, man.
She doesn't understand what happened. You guys used to be so close, and now you're so distant. It just doesn't make sense.
I should say hi to my aunt at some point. I should call her.
I'm a fucking fortune teller.
Perfect, man. You should start like a fortune telling service, Damien.
No.
Alright, so inside of the house. Well, I hope he likes the dagger at least. It's Valyrian crafted.
It's a 7. Athriel, you can see through their back window.
Not the dagger. What's he
That-
doing?
This kid is like sitting next to like the hay bale. His like butt is in the hay bale. He's sort of like kicking his feet. He's looking at the dagger with like that 1,000-yard stare of like, this was given to me by my murderer. Do I choose vengeance or do I just sort of deal with that? This person was like given the reality of mortality, and they are struggling to grasp it. You have
My
like
God.
changed this person's life, probably for the worse. You see like truly every fucking reality is going across their face in every moment. There's like, I could have like fully died. I could have never woken up. This dagger could have been slit in my throat. Every part of me could have been murdered. And
Just-
gone.
Fucking...
It's not the dagger that killed him.
It doesn't matter if it's the dagger. It's one of the two. It's one of the pair. But everything this dagger does the other do the same? He is fully in philosophy. You fucking killed him. He is ever changed by this experience.
Just
What does the
fucking-
mother say about it?
I'm sure he's fine, actually. He seems like he needed it, maybe. He's not drank all day. Normally, he's in his 5th pint.
Well, hey,
He's talked about wanting to go to that damn schoolhouse and talk about life. Perhaps make some poetry. Perhaps talk on the. Perhaps remunerate on life. It's terrifying. I hate it.
it's fine. Don't
I
worry.
suppose we should turn back to the topic at hand.
Oh yes, please.
The sheriff has set us on hunting down whatever that creature was that broke through the gate this morning, and this is. I have something that I was wanting you to look at and see if you could produce something with it. I sort of like pull my pack off of my back and rummage through it and produce the jar of the explosive sap of the flammable sap.
By the way, she looks at it and she seems very interested. She's gonna roll an insight on it. She's rolling an insight generally. She looks at you and goes, you know, that's fine. She moves on. She takes the sap, takes the big jar and looks at it and goes, "Oh, now that's interesting. What you need me to try and do with it?"
I was wondering if you could make some sort of a blade rub or blade oil for it.
She could say, a very high plus 15 to this one.
Fucking A.
Basically anything other than a nat 1 will help you here. That was 2 8s in a row. How the fuck? Okay. Was hoping for something decent, but I suppose a 23 will have to do.
So lowly 23.
Just a lowly
Only.
23.
Shit.
Considering she can technically roll a 35, that's pretty low.
Yeah, when you put it in that vernacular.
But she picks it up. Her husband, by the way, noticeably isn't here at the moment. But she like looks it over. It's like, I reckon I could make something with that. Some sort of blade rub, some sort of blade oil. She like takes a look at it. She unscrews the top and looks in, takes a whiff. She's like, oh, like that there's potent, some sort of like a fuel of some sort. It's almost like it's already fermented.
Well, the jar did used to have lamp oil in it, so maybe that has something to do with it.
That's awful.
It was all I had on hand.
Still. She just sort of like idly looks it over, but she nods eventually and goes, well, actually, Looks like a sap of some sort. Should work just fine with what I'm already working on. And she like actually motions to a bit of like a salve, what looks like some sort of either like a acid wash for like swords,
Right.
or perhaps even a blade rub that was already meant to be made. Yeah, she seems like she was already working on something similar to what you're wanting here. Just clearly not for the same effect that you were probably looking for here.
Interesting.
But she looks it over and she actually she looks at the grinding machine and like smelling how potently flammable this is. She avoids putting it in the machine that makes, heat.
Yeah.
Like she looks like she's about to pour it, but like with something above a 20, she's like, no. And she moves to the side where there's like a little mortar and pestle, and she takes a bit of the mixture and begins to work on making you something of note.
Ooh, all right. Athriel is kind of gonna busy himself with like inspecting the rest of the lab, but not touching anything.
Absolutely.
He's very curious about what's going on in here. He only has a rudimentary understanding of like the alchemical arts, but it's still like really interesting.
You do see some bits of the living flesh are in jars, or some of the sort of like molded like flesh from that creature.
I wonder what sort of effect that would have.
I mean, it looks like it's trying to crawl out of the jar as it's in there. It's like strips of flesh just sort of flayed off of it, and it looks like those are moving as if like serpents, trying to move around and get out. The smallest. Gut.
It puts Athriel in the mind of like maggots writhing around.
Very much so. Considering that the flesh is like rotted whenever it goes into that creature, that's very accurate. But
Disgusting
absolutely. Athriel.
Yes.
There's another thing that you take note of.
Oh.
And it's more so. Again, her husband's not here, but not only that, it looks like all of his stuff is. The hat that you saw him wearing last night, his shoes are still by the door. It's like he evaporated. I only didn't have you check that because, again, keen mind.
That feels a bit odd. I mean, Athriel would figure maybe he's just still asleep.
That's what if it's a single giant open room is the big thing. Where it's like, that is what Athriel would probably think. If he couldn't see the bed, right over there.
If you do not mind me asking, what is your name? My apologies.
Oh, right, no, you're fine. Clarabelle.
Clarabelle, I remember seeing your husband last night as well. I notice all of his effects are strewn about, but he is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, right, well, I assume that he's probably found himself still at the bar or something along the lines. He got up real early this morning. I assume after everything with the boy that he decided he needed a good drink.
And he left his shoes behind?
Might have been wearing his house slippers. She doesn't seem super worried. It's sort of that thing of like a wife, just sort of like under that assumption that like nothing bad could have happened because I mean nothing bad's happened before. It's that sort of like innocent thought process of, well, nothing seems off.
Athriel will take note of this for the time being, but turn his attention to other things. Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like you being the one here instead of Fitz means that you basically get this for free. But yeah, you're all good to sort of just like look around a bit, see everything, and relatively quickly, she gets like she starts having some progress on what you're looking for. What is the desired effect of this, by the way, if you don't mind my asking? Just flame?
I'm not really sure. What sort of effect do you think this kind of this sap would have?
There is a potential for it to be semi-radiant, I would say.
Right.
Although radiance against, you're not entirely sure how effective radiance is going to be against this thing, given you don't know its origin. Definitely, you know, flame. If you bring a torch to it, it's going to fuck you up.
Right.
Other than that, it's really a toss-up of like, it's not poisonous because you've seen people drink it.
Yeah.
But really, it is that matter of like definitely radiance of some sort, and definitely flame of some sort. But other than that, it's really a question of like what would it be able to do? It's of that sort of old god, but it's not like a rune or symbol of them, so it's not going to do anything big like make vines
Right.
grow.
Right. It's just like it's all I had on hand, so
No,
it's
absolutely.
probably better than nothing.
I just want, again, informing somewhat.
Right.
But yeah, she gets to work on that. It looks nearly finished already. By the way, Fitz.
What the?
This lady talks with you for a bit. She seems, you know, relatively kind, even though she slapped you. She has slapped you a second time by now, by the way. You just didn't take damage.
Right.
She got a nat 1. Fitz, you are sort of like, she's sort of chatting with you sort of idly. But she is a bit helpful to you in some regard, as you sort of like mention, I imagine talking with her, mention what's going on, like how people, you know, assume that you guys let the creature out or destroyed it.
Right.
She goes, "Oh right, that's what they're planning on beheading you for."
Excuse the fuck out of me? What? I quite like my head. I quite like my head. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, you know, the matter of you both will what's the word? Bring creature justice, and if you don't, then your heads get lopped off.
Is that what the sheriff said? Or
Whole announcement with the posse this morning. I assume you were too busy sleeping amongst the many cans of drink.
Fair, but looping back to that later. I mean, regardless, like we do plan on finding the creature.
I believe it. Damn thing was really strange. I mean, you know, save for the one, I suppose, what did its business on that monster last night. Real strange thing. Half my workforce didn't even show up today. It's weirder still. It's like they left their outfits right on the floor.
Strange.
You see what she means too. This is the sort of like one safe room here where there's not like, you know, fog everywhere.
Right.
There's like lockers against the wall where it looks like people opened them up very, very early this morning to probably start their workday. And you see overalls and canvas suits and like work boots dropped on the floor. A few of the pieces are missing. Like somebody put a few pieces on and then just walked out.
Huh. It's odd. Nobody showed up, despite some of these pieces of clothing still being here.
I assume they were a bit messy when they put them away last night.
But I would think they're normally well kept, and they put it away. But if they're
Perhaps the two drunkards making a havoc gave them something to go watch. She rolled an insight of a 6, so she has no fucking clue either one way or another.
It's possible, but That's still peculiar.
She gives a bit of a shrug and a smile. Sorry to hear that your heads might get lopped off, though. I rather like your head where it is. Big as it is.
Thanks. Yeah.
She's a dwarven, girl. She's actually, like, not too much shorter than you. Has, like, a huge axe over her back, in, like, a nice sheath. And as she's told you, she's the foreman of this place. Was an adventurer. As she said it, she was an adventurer right up until, right up until her own, little boat that she was traveling on, before a quest got stuck here. She has been here the longest out of all the castaways, by the way, a full year and a half.
Jeez.
But, yeah, she just sort of gives a little smile and a shrug. Just like, oh, what can you do? It's the risk of adventuring, eh?
Yeah. That is... I just kind of, like... put, like, hand, like, close to the emerald eye. So, yeah, adventuring does kind of have its, drawbacks with risks.
She gives a little grin, and, you actually see as she, like, she touches her face, where you notice, like, very, very small scars of, like, she's probably lost her head a few times herself. Being an adventurer, Revivify is a hell of a drug. But along with that, just, like, clear scars of, like, lesser restorations and whatnot. Just like, oh, trust me, I know. You look like you died before.
Yeah, actually, quite recently. Couple months back.
Huh.
Yeah, this...
Muzzle tov, you popped your cherry.
Forgive me, I don't even think I asked your name.
Oh, Meredith.
Meredith.
Meredith Moreau. And she, like, offers a hand and, like, shakes it before, like, giving a little curtsy, even though she's wearing fucking pants. The worst way to curtsy, wearing pants.
Yeah, it's...
But, yeah, she just gives you a little nod. And here, one second, by the way.
Yeah. Right, well...
There you go, Mirabelle Moreau.
Nice. Well, seeing as I've wandered into the obviously wrong spot, could you point me in the direction of the alchemist so I can leave my friend move?
She's gonna roll inside herself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with a 12, -2. To be honest, I don't know fuck all about alchemy. Nor would I begin to know where an alchemist might be in this town. I know where 3 locations are. My ever so tiny little place that I found myself to sleep, this place, and the bar. Now I can direct you to one of those.
I already know where the bar is, so I suppose maybe it's close to there.
She thinks about it for a moment and goes, you might try the field hands. You know, if it's alchemy, they need plants. Plants are usually found around the fields.
Yeah.
Best I can think.
Well, give it a little look-see.
She gives another smile and nod, and she goes, right, well, how about this time you don't follow the smoke, eh? And she smacks you again.
Yeah, alright,
For 5 points of damage.
Okay, yep.
So don't be stupid. Just fully smiling the whole time.
Yep. Yep, I'm going. Alright, thank you, Maribel. I do appreciate it.
Of course. She actually, like, opens up a little back door here where you can, like, leave through a side passage so you don't have to walk through the smog, basically.
Alright. Yeah, and I just walk on out and just back into clear.
Yeah, you walk out and it's like the whole, even that room that was sort of safe had like a haze. As you step out, it feels like you pulled a sepia filter off of everything. It's like putting on your glasses for the first time. It's like, whoa, this is
Yeah,
crazy.
that is hell of a
You
change.
can see in 4K. And by the time you get over to where the field hands, or where the fields are, which is, of course, over here where Athriel finds himself as well. By that point, Athriel, you have 5 vials of this elixir that you had them make.
Alright.
A lot
5.
of the sap was lost during the process, because they were
As
just
to be
sort of like
expected.
boiling it down and removing some of that clarified spirit from it, which just leaves behind a lot of sap and a lot of the sort of like blue glowy hue. But yeah, you have 5 vials of this sort of.
You said spirit. Could you make alcohol from it?
Oh, you absolutely could have. There is a little bit of the purified stuff remaining. The stuff that you brought with you. There just wasn't enough for her to make, more vials of this.
Do you mind if I also buy the byproducts from you as well?
She like gladly allows it. This is only like 3 gold to get this going.
Sap.
Having something like this made to order is more expensive than just buying a normal potion.
Right.
Like a normal health potion from her would be like 15, 20 silver. But having it custom made right now, this is like 3 gold.
Is that like the base price? Because I promised to pay double.
That is the base price, so 6 gold.
All right, yeah. So I will pay 6 gold.
Yeah.
Here, 3. All right, here is 6 as promised.
She gives you a little nod and a smile. She's like, well, I really appreciate it. You didn't have to, but I appreciate that you're doing it. And I promise you, my boy, I know he'll be fine, but he'll also just be something for a while. I don't know I don't know with what magic you've brought him back to life, but he's. If you won't take offense, he's acting more elven than before. I heard him writing poetry.
Well, it is Valyrian style healing magic, so.
If he ponders a leaf, I'm gonna get to kill you.
Understandable.
She flicks open the window. She's like, "Don't be a knife here, darling." No, it's not a slur because I don't mean it meanly. I just mean don't because you're not.
Do I hear this as I'm walking up?
Yeah, you hear the word.
I
You immediately hear the K slur.
Somebody's gonna. Not cool,
No, tell them
dude.
not to appropriate your culture.
Yeah, but
it's a good thing.
But you still just that's still not okay.
It's like calling a goblin gobby because you're close with them.
So
it's fine.
So it was clarified spirits and what else?
Clarified spirits and this sort of this I would really call it more like a
Didn't know the stream was getting racy.
Oh my god, Fitz is gone. It's that sap sword oil or sword salve. But you get the clarified spirit. Crud?
I thought those were the vials.
Yeah, they are the vials. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it was the clarified spirits and the blade rub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those clarified the clarified spirits are basically just a clarified version of what all came off of that stuff.
Ah, okay.
But Fitz, you can tell based on the fact that you see like the front door of the building open with like half of an undead man's ass hanging out of it. You found the building.
Yeah, okay.
The only comfortable way Athriel can sit in here is by sort of like leaning on his side and doing like this, kinda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So shimmy around the shelving. From within, it looks kind of like he's belly dancing.
I just stare
But
for
you get around stuff.
Well, my heartiest thanks, dear lady, and good fortune to you and your family.
Thank you very much. And she gives you a little nod, and she's like, "Thank you kindly."
A nod back as well, and he kind of like shuffles himself out and closes the door behind him.
You see her kid like 45 feet away, just looking down at his hands, just like, "Am I an elf? What am I?"
Athriel just kind of like
elves.
Athriel pulls out another gold piece and kind of flips it over to the side of the kid and just goes to meet Fitz.
This kid is like fully lost in thought. It just plaps into his face. He's like, "Really, thank you, sir." And, like it's the brief moment of like a kid being given money. It's like, "Thanks," and then back to,
Well, Fitz, it seems as though my plan was a success, and I show him the vials.
Fitz. You see,
Blade rub.
they glow like how Nuka-Cola Quantum in Fallout glows. It's just bright blue.
Wow, that is really vibrant.
Considering the properties of that tree that grew, I assume it was some sort of holy magic, so it might have imparted some of its powers into this. It should help us greatly against the creature.
Cool.
And I hold up the clarified spirits. Also, I'm fairly certain we can use this to make alcohol.
Bitchin'.
And Fitz, what did you find?
I
Fitz found the brewery!
I found the fucking millwork.
Hold on, there's a knock at my door.
Knock, knock, knocking on Austin's door.
It's not a girlfriend if he plays his cards right.
I mean, we'll see.
He will give us dick or give us death! Riding into battle because that's what dwarves do.
Fucking. I assume like the.
Sorry for getting this stream banned.
I mean, because like the last time, like the rumor, I feel like is still going around. It's like because after I had mistakenly said, the phrase "half cocked," it's just like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, hey, this dude doesn't have a dick or half a dick," and it's just like, well,
it's like in Kick-Ass where it's like, "I'm so glad you're gay."
I haven't seen that movie in forever, so I don't fully get the reference. But
in the movie, it's like he gets his ass handed to him by those gangsters. And he's talking with this girl. She's like, it so sucks that you're gay, because he's like got this huge crush on her.
Mm-hmm.
Exact same vibe of like, it sucks you don't have a dick.
Yeah.
Maybe it sucks you've only got half a cock.
God. No way to make that stop. Fuck.
You could try. It's called persuasion.
I
That's persuasion, hon.
I mean, I am a bard. I am good at it, so.
Persuasion sounds bad. It sounds like you're like having to convince her.
No, hold on.
But clearly, she's the one laying the groundwork here.
No,
she's
look,
the one putting in work.
No, hold on. A couple of chords of Hero Beast and Wonderwall, and she'll be all my. Yeah, no.
Shoot y'all yours.
Where be thou? And I are sorry.
Honestly, from the way she just immediately started smacking your ass around, I think we know how this relationship's gonna go.
Hey, I'm fully for it. I don't care.
would absolutely love to see this.
Good for you, Fitz. Good for you.
I mean, hey, like,
Austin, are you back yet? Okay, he's still dead.
yeah, no, he still got he got fucking kidnapped or something.
We gotta see how Elric lights her, because that's
Yeah,
this whole relationship
this is
hinges on that.
detrimental. This is detrimental. Like, if my bird doesn't like you, I'm sorry, this isn't gonna work out.
Today shall be the day that they're going to throw back to you. Fitz, obviously, this is Fitz at his new lover.
Oh my god.
By now, art thou gonna realize what thou must do?
I feel like if he serenades her, she'll probably smack him again and then kiss him.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
I mean,
It's like, I like your funny words, music man. Smack. Smooch. Ian, can I be 100% honest with you, man?
mm-hmm.
You either completely brushed past it or completely missed her offering to show you to her bed.
Yeah, I just completely just over my head. Yeah.
What did I tell you?
I'll fucking admit it. I'll fucking admit it.
You should have used the nugget of personality to
Oh
at least
my god, I'm
Oh.
so sorry. That is fucking hilarious. You
Christ.
completely
Look,
missed
I'm a simple man. I whiff a lot. Like,
Clearly.
Guys,
Oh,
I'll be
you
honest.
mean.
That's my experience with knowing Ian, saying that style of thing. Like, you missed that whole thing, huh? What?
yeah, no, like I miss a lot of things.
Alright, I'm gone again.
Yeah,
Austin's
okay.
back.
'Cause I say maybe you shall
have
be the
secured-
one who saves
I have
me.
secured drink and applesauce.
It went so
Austin,
far over Ian's
Stop being
head.
drunk.
Oh god.
It is.
Damien,
It's
restart.
either-
Damien, restart your camera. Never mind, you're good. Like your camera was like fucked up for a second. Don't you sip your fucking Pepsi at me?
Sorry, you saw
That
through
was-
my glamour.
Like, no, like the camera just like started like fucking like shaking and almost started distorting.
Yeah, sorry, Faye took my name, and so it's not really.
You know, it fucking happened when I was talking to Steven yesterday too. It was weird.
It's weird. It's something to do with the encoder,
Yeah, fucking
which
Discord,
I'm
man.
sure is the exact bullshit he would have said.
Homie was having a seizure for a few seconds there. Fucking Norstat.
Just ba. I'm fucking dead.
I mean, yeah, cause like Steven had his kid on camera, just like he was like shaking like his kid. Like it was like like a continuous up and down motion, and I was just like,
Child.
yeah, no, it was continuously just like that, and then it's just like, oh no, but that's not how you.
One must very gently, just a very gentle shake the baby. Anyway, welcome
Wait.
back, Austin.
No, it's gotta be all like a. Oh shit, I broke it.
Oh no,
I did.
it's gonna be very gentle.
Yeah, it's just a matter of.
Shake, 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 shake.
Boom, boom.
Doody-yap, doody-yap, doody-yap.
No, this is completely different songs.
I know.
Doodly doodly bop bop bop. Great, now we're gonna suit on two fronts. Thanks a lot, man, you fucking asshole.
You're welcome. Anyhow,
Yeah, anyways, fucking.
yeah, no, Fitz, you arrive just as Athriel's sort of coming out. He explains to you, as you both have sort of said, he's got some shit to make alcohol, and some salve, sword rubs, made out of that sap. While you explain, essentially you found the distillery, and the sort of like the mill, essentially.
I got smacked a couple of times. Like, just straight up.
Oh yeah, Athriel, his cheek is
Just-
like fully bruised.
You just let someone assault you like that?
It's not a matter of letting them. It's.
Clearly you don't understand flirting, my dear friend.
Clearly, it's fine. I let it happen.
That's somehow worse.
Yeah,
Athriel slaps Fitz.
Motherfucker!
Smack. And did
Clearly
you let that
you've never
happen?
owned an air fryer. Carry on.
As an
You
owner of
must
an air
always
fryer.
keep your guard up, my friend.
George, what the
Lest-
fuck are you on?
No, I just hearing like clearly you've never heard that. Just my brain completed as clearly you've never owned an air fryer.
The fuck is that from?
I don't know.
You know what? I don't
It's
know.
a,
Like-
it's a
Go back to
meme.
silence.
Like, it
Go back to
was-
silence.
You've never owned an air fryer.
Clearly, Damien, you've never owned an air fryer.
Like, that was a big fucking meme, like, 3 years ago-ish.
That wasn't 3 years ago. That
That
was like
too.
that was like last year.
Time is a fucking enigma, Austin.
Exactly, but in this case, you're wrong.
Well,
Anyway,
fuck
back to
you!
D&D, because yes, apparently I don't.
Up your
I
ghostly
don't-
dead ass, Athriel.
I don't
You
care
wouldn't be
enough about
alive
this to
again
know
if it wasn't for me, fucker.
Bring out the fighting words.
I carried your dead ass across the fucking Feywild.
Anyways.
All it took was a mention of an air fryer, and here we are.
You were
Why
just a little
this
shit stirrer.
Shit.
All right, so I just slapped Fitz and it's like, did you let me do that? You must always keep your guard up, friend, lest ne'er-do-well shall take advantage of you.
You were the second person to say that to me in the past 23 hours.
Interesting. Who was the other one?
Don't worry about it.
Very well.
It was Athriel again. They were both Athriel. That was the secret.
Yeah, no, I don't want to mention that I'm going through a Lucky Liam situation here.
It's Athriel all the way down.
You need to understand.
I,
From within, you feel yourself getting smacked. Just like, no, listen, boy. There's something you must have forgotten, I believe. Nice namby-pamby little city boy. Thinks he can be a captain.
Athriel?
Well, you're high.
I just,
Sorry.
it was
let us
actually
feel
like
our
him
way.
saying in my head.
Mm,
That was actually,
shit.
no, I was just like,
Shoot.
no, I
Tell me,
just,
what did you
Namby
fi-
boy.
What did you find to this place that you went and got slapped?
I found the distillery.
Athriel looks at the spirits he has. Well, perhaps we can commission them.
Yeah, there actually is a use for these spirits, or at least a use for this fucking distillery.
Yeah, I'll handle communications with them.
Were you at least on good terms with the person who slapped you?
Seemingly, yeah.
She didn't kill him.
Interesting. Count.
I mean, my
Counter-
my head's not. By the way, actually, we a little bit of a crisis. Not exactly a crisis, but we are expected to kill this beast.
Yes.
Otherwise, either we're gonna get either way. Like we're gonna get lynched. To
What?
put apparently, good old Aldolfo said to the townsfolk that he was going to make sure that we capture the beast, kill it by any means necessary, or we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a beheading.
You hear a disappointed woman nearby go, "Oh, I was aiming for drawn and quartered." Well, damn. Go ahead, Jimmy, put away your shirts. You see like a dejected kid with a bunch of shirts that say drawn and quartered. Oh. Fuck.
Well, that is disconcerting.
Well, I mean, all we have to do is just find and kill the monster. Easy as that.
Yes. Or there is always trying to find that airship that was meant to go somewhere. You're a pilot, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I feel if we decide to ditch now, we'll have ourselves, if anybody decides to see us in the near future, then they'll probably be off with our heads. So either way.
Yes, well, that seems like a good plan, just in case we are unsuccessful in our venture to destroy
Okay.
this beast.
Got it. If shit goes sideways, we'll try to find the airship.
At the very least, you're both aware that airship and threat are both in the woods. So
Mhm.
either way, you do have one location really as a destined locale.
Right. So.
Sorry, I'm also
But
saying continue.
that is
using-
neither here. But that is neither here nor there. We should go and see if we can get these spirits distilled, because that could also come of some usefulness. It's always better to have what you don't need than to need what you don't have.
As it currently stands, you have something incredibly flammable in your hands right now, Athriel.
Yeah,
Like those clarified spirits
I want to make it
are
even.
just
I want to make it
ethanol.
even. I want to make it even more flammable.
That's not how that works.
I mean, maybe like not quite as flammable, but also drinkable.
Ah, fair.
Okay.
I'll actually
Maybe we-
say. Go ahead.
Maybe we can get half of it distilled and keep the other half.
I'll say, do you want it all? I'm asking more. Do you want, like, to be able to drink this stuff, or do you want to be able to use it as weaponry?
A
'Cause you can-
little. I mean, a little bit, because this could literally be like one of a kind, like wine or whiskey or some kind of liquor.
I'll say that we make it, that it gets made into liquor then. And I'm actually going to go ahead and skip us forward a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Fitz?
Oh no, I was agreeing with you. Like, I'm good with going forward.
It's very simple situation. And it's still early morning. It's like right now about to be noon. By the time you're done, it's about to be noon. You take the spirits over back to where you came from. Fitz, I assume you warn, like, hey, if you have any flame anywhere near you, take it off.
Yeah, no, like they are sticklers about that. If you have anything that'll cause like any sort of like static, anything flammable like that, it's gotta be off. They're
And
real.
throw away
I'll-
plate armor.
They are real hard asses about it.
I shall wait outside. I shall allow you to accomplish this, Fitz. And I hand him the spirits.
Okay.
And just to put it, like, the moment that you walk in, Fitz, and you see your dear Mirabelle. No, she looks at you, sees you walk in,
Mhm.
sees that you're not wearing anything flammable, and is like, right, you learned, good.
Yep. I didn't want to
We're
be. I
looking at this-
didn't want to be a charred corpse.
She, like, thinks about it, and she's like, sounds like you got experience being a charred corpse. Maybe you should try not dying to fire.
Didn't die in a fire. Well, kind of, but like, it's neither here nor there.
If well, kinda is your answer to I didn't die in a fire, then that's not exactly a yes or a no. That's actually the opposite of either. That's not being sure how you died.
He
My
makes
God,
a good
did
point,
you lose?
Fitzgerald.
Did you lose your brains in that fire?
Regardless,
Mind
I
blowing.
need to have these. I need to distill these.
Oh, absolutely.
Tell
she,
her
like,
it's one of a kind.
These are one of a kind items.
Oh, how much am I being paid to insure them then?
What's the going rate?
I don't know that I have one. What would you call a going rate for a one-of-a-kind item, my dear friend? These are one-of-a-kind, after all, to make sure that they get taken care of. I mean, who's to say, really? It could be priceless.
How's 10 gold pieces?
Roll a persuasion.
Do. I will add commanding presence and possibly knowledge of a past life.
Much of a past life for haggling.
Dude, Don't even bother with either of those.
Don't even bother?
She rolled a 7. She gets a +3, so she got a 10 to your 15.
Alright.
She gets nothing here. She just like looks out through the fog and haze where she can kind of like see your glowing eyes. Just like, right, you're fucking creepy, but all right. You got the scratch, or am I supposed to come out there to you?
I'll pay.
I was told I was not to bring anything flammable. I am wearing full plate mail.
Yeah, I told him.
Oh,
yeah,
no, if you came in, I'd have to kill you.
Yeah, that's why I told
Fair
him to just kind
enough.
of like stay outside. Handle all this.
Again, I presume, given you're all glowy. You are vibrantly red. You sure you're not on fire already? But
Alright.
you get her the money, Fitz. She pockets
Yeah.
it immediately, takes the spirits, just like, right, well, I'll be sure to clarify these into something. I'm not sure what the fuck this kind. To be perfectly honest, whenever you're brought alcohol and you're just told it's one of a kind, that doesn't really give you any information as to what it's gonna make.
It's-
But we're gonna age it.
It's distilled from explosive tree sap, possibly holy and/or magical.
God, you brought me the blood of Christ and you're telling me to. Okay, right. I'll have one of our paladins bring me some bread so that we can have frickin' body to go with it. Yeah, we'll make it into something. Who knows what the fuck it's gonna make? Maple syrup if I'm lucky. She like just throws her hands in the air and walks away. It's like, right, tree juice. Everyone get ready to distill tree juice. Who wants to go? The suckers gave us too much.
Okay.
I don't know if it's too much.
I
I feel like it might have been not enough.
The way that she sees it is, it's a single jar. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if it was any more than one container, it would have been like 20, 30 gold.
Yeah.
But she's like, it's a single container. I can't charge them that much. But yeah, you, with your
Would you say
lovely
about, like,
interaction-
Would you say about like 25 ounces or something? That's like a regular bottle of wine.
A bit more. I mean, it's a proper moonshine, like, bottle, like jug.
Oh, okay, okay. So
You've
more,
only got...
so
you
more
only
like one of
filled,
those big ass, like one of those big ass jars of like sangria you can get from Walmart.
Yeah, it's like you had it
Oh,
in like
okay.
a proper like she gave it back to you and she distilled more spirits than the volume of what you gave her. So
Oh.
yeah, you've got stuff here. It is heavily magical. There's probably some magical properties to every part of it. But yeah, she walks away out, through like a little door to where you presume they're like distilling spirits. That smell of fuel greets you as she opens one of those doors. It's truly acrid to be around this place. Like, Athriel, especially considering you're downwind of them, if you were like alive, you'd have passed out by now.
Mm.
It's like you smell nothing but it's like fueling your car and just sort of standing next to the gas tank, and also somebody is smoking next to you.
My word, that is pungent.
Yeah.
It is truly a lot.
is. Yep.
It's when you walk away, it feels like you have long COVID because you can't smell or taste. But yeah, you give them to her, and you guys are sort of left with really in terms of what you feel like you might need to do, in terms of like especially given Fitz's information he gave you, finding the creature is the best you can think to do.
Yeah.
But you guys are welcome to get your affairs in order in the town as best you wish. But whenever you guys are ready, the woods await. They will go nowhere.
I mean, I guess Athriel could try to get. He doesn't feel proper about asking to get new clothes tailored, cause, yeah. I don't know. It just feels like a weird thing to ask at this point. Like, hey, I know you guys think that like we let some kind of like big evil thing into your town.
I'm
but
kind of
could
fucked
you
up the
make me
town
some
a
new
little
drip?
bit.
That's fair.
Could I get some new drip?
It does seem like it's more a personal request from the sheriff to the mayoress as like a, hey, they did help us somewhat. It's sort of like any quest giver in anything giving you armor. It's like, that makes no sense considering like, this world-ending threat. Also, here's this measured item that we had crafted for you.
Precisely.
And the key to the city. If you commit a crime, we don't care. Like, what? What? Really? What? But here are all of my secrets. Please give them to no one.
So if, like, basically, if they do succeed in this, Athriel is going to, he's gonna forgo any kind of like gold reward and just get some new clothes.
Yeah, no, super fair. To be fair, not a single ounce of gold was mentioned as being paid. It was just more a matter of whatever reward we give you, we will give you.
In this case, it's
Yeah.
probably our lives.
Partly. Your lives are definitely part of it.
I would hope
Based
so.
on-
Like my head is kind of like on the line here. I mean, our heads are on the line.
No, it's
but,
on the
like-
ground.
Oh yeah, it's going
I
to
mean,
be
that's
if we.
only
Yeah,
if we
shut
come
the fuck
back.
up, Queen Elizabeth. Goddamn.
If it's that's only if we come back. We're not
if we
really
come
in
back.
any way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
only
hold-
if you
I-
come back.
I mean, personally, I kind of have somewhat of a reason to come back, but
Your hometown's not here.
I
You never
know,
know.
I know, but like, what if I want to, take somebody with me? I don't fucking know.
But Fitz and Athriel.
Yes.
I imagine as y'all talk about that, my question more so is, do you guys elect to just like head out and try and figure this stuff out? There is clearly like going to be some amount of probably evidence out in the woodlands, so at the very least, like everything you can garner around here, you kind of have, at least as far as you both are aware. If you want to like search around anywhere else before we essentially like call out, you are welcome to really go anywhere. Just relay it to me and we can see what goes on.
Right. Before downtime before we start the quest.
Exactly. It's more so like this is your sort of time. Like if this is a Phoenix Wright game, this is your time to investigate. If you need to investigate anything in town, if you believe there's anything of note.
The previous area will be locked out for the duration of the mission.
Objection! Wait a minute. You said that the creature died, but right here I can clearly see that you're dead. Bang.
The heavy is dead.
Wait a minute.
How long is it gonna? I'm guessing it's gonna take longer than a short amount of time to distill that alcohol.
Yeah, it's you're distilling alcohol. Spirits take at least a few days, up to a week.
Oh, okay. Then it probably won't be done until after this investigation.
Probably.
It's a good thing that Fitz made a good impression.
Yeah.
Because if he hadn't, you guys would have just lost all those.
Athriel is kind of thinking about it. He really wants to try that booze when it's ready. So that's a really good reason to stick around.
Plot hook, baby! You can't escape. You can't dare.
Son of a
It's
bitch.
literally one of a kind.
I love that Athriel like projects himself onto this in the same way that people project onto like, I need to buy this thing because I've never seen it before. That's not a good reason to buy it. So that's just a reason. But yeah, again, it's a matter of if y'all have anything else you need to get at, or if not, then you're good to escape the place.
Actually, we should probably buy a few health potions. For whatever those are worth.
Getting them, like, there aren't usually many left on hand, but if you're
Right.
buying them from the halfling woman, she has a few on sale at the moment. She has some like decent ones actually that are like quite expensive for what they are. There's like a few of them are about 50 gold for I think 25 health. Not 50 gold, 50 silver for 25 health.
Oh, okay. 50
Yeah, I was about to
silver.
say, like,
Sorry.
Oh,
and then,
God.
Like, and then more like a single gold piece for like smaller ones. It seems like they have preferences on certain currencies and certain amounts. Because 10 silver is a gold, but still.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like, okay, so like 5 gold for like 25.
Yeah.
For like 25 hit points. How much gold do you have, Fitz?
22.
Maybe we should each get like. I mean, I can get you some. Maybe we could each get like 3.
Yeah.
You do like 15 each. Wait, I have like 42. So if I got 5, that would be 25. You get 3, and I give you 1. Then we'll both have.
Yeah,
4.
that would even out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll spend 25 gold.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that all fits. Slash.
And if you both are gonna grab, so you both are gonna spend 15, grab 3 health potions apiece.
I was spending 25
Okay.
to get 5 health potions and give one of those to Fitz.
Yeah, perfect.
And then I was buying 3, and how much did we say those were?
5 gold apiece.
5 gold apiece, because 15, so that's...
And you can use your bonus action to take these potions whenever you need.
Okay.
Sweet.
I will add, by the way, both of you get a single violet potion in a ampule, like a sealed off ampule.
This like a goodie bag?
Essentially, it's like, you buy a certain amount of items, you get something free.
Ooh.
You both bought 4 items.
Hell.
So I'm going to sort of flavor it as you gave Fitz 5 gold, to both buy 4. Because you both are given violet potions, which they are essentially like the equivalent of a splash potion, like break it off and then it mists in the area. Everyone within 5 feet of range, 10 feet of range of the potion, when used, will give them 15 temp HP.
Slash.
And yeah, she hands it to you. She's like, right, yeah, I've just been experimenting. Thought that if you're gonna, spend your money proper, then everyone deserves a little bit of feeling healthy. Like off in the
Thank you.
corner, her son is just like, but are we ever really healthy? What's it mean to be healthy?
Hey,
How can one know their own life?
Right, you broke my son, you did.
yeah, Athriel, what the fuck did you do to that kid?
My apologies.
If death is all that there is across the rainbow, why would we ever want to climb across it?
My head hurts listening to you.
Just like the poets of old.
The aurora borealis is just light in the sky, and yet we wish to grasp it like the gods themselves. What's wrong with us?
Athriel, I'm gonna need that boost sooner rather than later, bud.
That kid is fucked up.
You should have
Truly.
him write that. You should have him write that down. That would sell great in Valyria.
Don't.
Life is but a cruel poetry that the gods are writing across the stones. It's like a
Alright.
telltale heart, but the heart doesn't beat. Anyhow.
I'm gonna.
Anyhow, click. That comes out to 25. He's manning the register.
Oh, fuck. I thought it was just off in the corner. I thought I just.
No, that's just the corner where the register's like. Alright, 15 gold. Oh, it's you. Just freak.
I just.
Silent.
You've done this.
I can't believe you've done this.
Steel is heavier than feathers.
Steel's heavier than feathers.
Daggers are heavier than potions.
Daggers are heavier than my blood, apparently.
If we're quite done here, I need to get my affairs in order.
Absolutely, you're welcome to go have an affair. Bye-bye.
I.
You know, Fitz, I didn't know you could have an affair with your condition.
I'll kill you again. I'll kill you again. I swear to gods above, I swear.
Oh my fucking god!
Damien, are you good?
I'm fucking dead, man.
Well, so is he.
I almost choked.
Correction
Fuck.
was.
I almost
What,
choked on a piece of popcorn. That hurts so bad. I just like throw a piece of popcorn and just like, I didn't know you could have an affair with your condition. Just God.
I'm gonna.
Damn it, Austin. That's the funniest joke you've ever made. Alright, you're all half cock, right?
I.
I'm so sorry about your condition. We have potions for that if you need it. I don't know if they'll help with half a cock, but you know. He puts a hand on your shoulder. You're very brave.
Best of luck with your poetry.
I started this person 12?
I am.
Yeah, he's like super young.
I'm so fucking close to getting my flintlock and putting a hole straight through his fucking head, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
Come now, Fitz, there's no need to compensate for your condition. We can get it taken care of.
You're
As you're
next,
both
Danny
leaving-
Phantom.
As you're both leaving, you can hear the mom just like, oh wait, was that all half cock? We should have given him more.
This town will fucking burn.
Was he here capping or something? I imagine that's probably why he crashed, Captain Halfcock. I couldn't dare. It's like Blackbeard, but sad.
Gods, give me strength.
There's a real conceited effort in your brain to not listen to the pirate that is telling you actively, just go nude. Just go nude. Fucking show him.
I, as much as I want, I can't risk that. I can't.
You can feel internally someone flipping tables in your brain. Just, God damn it.
I'm not.
Fucking idiot.
There's
Losing his
still
absolute
some
shit.
level of decency that I must upkeep. I can't.
Yeah, fucking all.
Fuck you.
Ah, fuck yeah.
The fucking argument within my goddamn head just.
Gods maintain you, whatever. Fuck. I can't stop like internally laughing at. God, I didn't know you could have an affair with your condition. God, Austin.
Just one firebomb, nobody would know.
Ian, if I wish that I would have just called it there. That's the end of the session. It's what affairs do you need to get in order?
I was gonna go back to talk to Maribel. Before I go,
You're
before I commit an onslaught, before I commit fucking genocide on this town, I swear. From the likes.
It's just mass murder if it's just a town.
Whatever, potato.
It has to be a couple of towns before it's a genocide.
Well,
Genocide, schmenocide.
Yeah.
But
We should carry on with the session.
Fitz, you're able to. I'm so sorry. We're professionals.
No, we're not.
We will be. Technically, Fitz is, or Ian is, because he went to college for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
We have one
Right.
professional.
Quote unquote professional. Just because I went to college for it doesn't mean I, grasp and understanding fully of it.
No, you're a pro. Anyway, so Fitz,
Sure.
you want to go and talk with Mirabelle, you said?
Yeah, I was gonna go over there. Just
Oh.
what she's up to and whatnot. Aside from distilling the stuff, gave her.
It's been another full hour. The whole half-cock thing took a full hour for you to get the pirate in your brain to shut the fuck up. It was like a full bit of just like, we're gonna get a Grogamede then, and you're gonna like it. And just like, you felt your legs move without your, like, control at all.
Yeah, fine. I can't argue,
You know,
but
But yeah, you're like, after a couple of grogs, you're able to go and talk with Mirabelle again. And in fact, actually, this is the lower part of the day. They only really run this place from the beginning of the morning to the they start it at the very end, very very late at night essentially,
Yeah.
and they run it until about noon, and then they shut it off and start it again at night. So by the time you get there, it's actually kind of dead. There's not like a bunch of smoke or anything. So you can actually clearly see, and it's just like everything is caked with a layer of flour, and all the flour smells like alcohol because these two places really shouldn't be together.
like, I can actually see a little bit now. Funny that.
Like if you made a cake out of the flour here, it would be a rum cake. But yeah, you can actually see through the back window. Even she's in her little foreman's office, which is really just the back like crew area where they would get like dressed and whatnot.
Yeah.
And a bit has been sectioned off for her to use as like an office and a little sitting space. And you can see her going through like a little bit of not paperwork. There's not really any paperwork to say like, hey, do alcohol, do bread. But rather she's like reading through like ledgers and whatnot, and she seems, semi-distracted but not busy.
Like I give it just kind of like a light knock on like the side of like the door or something.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, a little knock, and she glances up and she's like, oh, right, yeah, come on in. She like stands up, wipes her hands off. There's like ink on the back of them. She is one of those people who has like a very heavy-handed writing style, so like side of her hand gets fully smudged. You look down at the page, you doubt you could read that if in a million years.
Could I
she, like,
attempt to?
Sure.
So, like,
Yeah, you can try
glimpse.
to. Yeah, go ahead and roll a, we'll call it a flat intelligence check. Go ahead and roll that, just roll an intelligence.
Flat intel, okay. Alrighty, that's, 10 minus 1, it's a 9.
It's something about finances. You make out a 2,
Mhm.
and at one point you make out a 1600. And it's either talking about gold or copper, and you really hope it's copper, given that this looks like expense reports.
Yeah, ooh,
But like, yeah, that's you're not super sure about what any of the writing actually is, though.
yeah, I mean, I'm just like glossing over it. It's like, okay, yeah, it's,
Yeah, this is a book.
yeah, that's paper. Those are words, presumably.
She looks at you and just goes, right, yeah, you're coming in here just to decipher my hieroglyphs, or
No, I apologize. No.
She like literally watches you do like corporate espionage, essentially. Just like,
Not.
if I thought you were a threat, I would be worried.
No, I'm not intentionally trying to look into your papers and your trade secrets like that. I'm just.
Oh no, don't worry. Like I said, you're not a threat. What's up?
Just yours.
She, truly the only person who's just fully honest with you at all times. Where it's just like, no, you're fine. Fuck you.
Yeah. Just curious. If you had any other plans for the afternoon, or You're good. Lunch. Yep, Norm.
Roll me. God. Give me a seduction roll. 1 second.
Fuck.
I'm actually trying to think here. Give me. Give me persuasion real quick.
Do I get advantage because I'm a bard?
You get advantage because that's just so forward. She wasn't expecting it. She sees you, and you're just like this meek person who didn't even understand that flour was flammable, and then all of a sudden she gets hit with a, "You want to go to dinner and get lunch?" Just like, the fuck?
Well, what am I rolling again?
Oh my god. You are rolling a persuasion with advantage.
Okay. That's a 4, and that's another fucking 4, 2 in a row. But I get +6 on it, so 10.
10. Let's see. I love that.
What?
Naturally, she gets a 9, and I think her charisma is a negative.
Oh, fuck.
Charisma save, though. Give me a sec,
Yep.
because I'm so utterly curious now. Actually, it's a +1 to a save. Let's go ahead and see. I'll roll like this.
Ooh.
She is smitten. Immediately, you ask, like, if she has any plans later, or if she has any, like, if she's been to lunch. She looks at you dead in the face and just goes, I haven't. I don't have any plans right now either, and there's no one here. Your move. She truly has negatives in any personality check. In this regard, she has no means of not being blunt. Everything she will just say outright, just like, you want to move.
You want to head over to the bar and get some lunch? No, sorry. With the starters included there, you know, just you want to just go get lunch.
Ian, I love you so much. Ian, I love you so much, my guy, because those stutters were so genuinely natural.
Yeah, they fucking
Just like,
were.
That's all, folks.
No, God forbid, we don't need water
How
on my
the
ass.
fuck are you a bard?
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, dude.
I can totally see you doing a seduction roll, just like, you like my knife? That's the level of seduction Fitz can manage half the time.
You
How
like-
the fuck?
You like this gun? Get a good look at it. Fuck.
What do you think?
Can I introduce you to my bagpipes?
Right? No, that's a question. I don't know. Can you? She gives you a little smile and a look, and just like, if you want to take me to lunch, I am more than happy to go with you.
All right, but
I find you rather curious, little man. She says that as you are like far taller than her in this regard. At least 1.5 feet taller than her in this regard.
Mhm. Okay.
Just like crosses her arms, looks at you, he's like, fair enough. And yes, she gladly accompanies you to the tavern. And you continue to have access, by the by, to that little private eating area. You're friends with the sheriff. Nobody's going to stop you.
Athriel is just like at the general store, prepping supplies. It's like, I hope Fitz isn't fucking about while our heads are on the line.
There you go. Wait, sorry.
Mean.
There you go, Athriel.
It's not fucking about per se. There could be. I don't know. I mean,
She clearly offered it. That was the one big thing where she's like, "Your move, big boy."
I was so tempted, like, just to, like, just straight up just going for a kiss, but like I
Oh,
would
you
have
think
to
you're such a big man, so tall with your gigantic weapons. Fuck you.
you know what? No, fuck you. Hold on a second. Okay.
What'd you
I
roll?
might have to.
That was
might have to
a
slap him again if he is.
3, so +6 to 9.
If at any point you attempt to like give a kiss, you truly are in such a situation where like going in for this doesn't work too easily.
Mm-hmm.
Just because again she is by definition a bit shorter than you in a regard that's like biologically different.
No, I got you, because I just.
It's like just attempting to move in a way that doesn't look so obvious.
That doesn't
is
look so
impossible.
fucking weird. Like I have to like fucking kneel down and just.
It's like, oh, I just need to tie my shoe.
Don't worry, she'll just kick you in the shins and kiss you that way.
But she's not uber short is the big thing. She's like 5 something.
Mm-hmm.
She's like not fully dwarven, but enough to be like, that's a dwarf. It's
Either
truly
way,
impossible.
If you can't get to her, she's gonna make you you get to her.
I'll just get this rifle and use my supreme amounts of DACA to get him down to my level.
Yeah, just punch him in the knee and then he's on his knees. There you go. Problem
It's
solved.
gotta be with a gun. We gotta do. I have this orc friend who says it's gotta be plenty of DACA.
Plenty of DACA. What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is all out of character.
By the gods, not Daka!
Anyhow, Fitz, you are able to take her to a nice bit of lunch at the tavern. She's very well like she's a bit of a world-weary traveler. She's been kind of everywhere you have, save for like Sunless Lands and the upper echelons of Shatterspire.
Right.
She's heard of Leviathan a lot more than a lot of people have.
Mm-hmm.
But she actually, in fact, as you guys are talking, go ahead and give me an insight on her.
Insight. Okay. Insight's +4. That's gonna be an 8. These dog shit rolls.
1 sec. You don't imagine that she has a super positive view of Leviathan, or especially the people there. She doesn't really give too much whenever she talks about her like adventuring though. She does mention that she was like on some amount of like quests, and again she had like a ship for said quests, but again doesn't really give you too much to work on. What do you like when you talk with her? What do you talk about? Like, what do you tell her about it? More mean.
Like basically, like I was just gonna say, like I'm not very fond of Leviathan myself. You know, it's full of crooks and ne'er-do-wells. You know, there are a couple of people that I can call not necessarily friends, acquaintances, but some of them mean well. Others are there.
Well, like whom? And she seems like more curious in just a matter of like, who would you really call an acquaintance on Leviathan?
There's Liam. He's off elsewhere now. I don't even know. Like, had Rune to some degree, but he's kind of. I feel like he's got something else up his sleeve. I don't know. Something about him, just like, especially with an interaction that he had with one of my dear friends, a fellow captain. It just rubbed me the wrong way about him.
It's fair enough. It's you mean like the Bright Pass fella?
Yeah, the Dragonborn.
Heard his name a few times. Well, also, and she like again motions toward the one of the mini bounty boards. Against which there's still like a picture of like Rune as one of them, where it's like crimes against Shatterspire is one of the big things. So,
Yeah.
imagine a fellow like that.
Yeah, honestly, a couple of people on that list, I've known for almost like, has it been like right about a year now, or
About a year and a half.
ish? A year and a half. I've known them for a year and some change now.
Long enough to be proper friends.
Yeah. you know, Raleigh more so, but
Fair enough. I suppose just I guess more a question of, as someone who never really had an adventuring party, it was always just me adventuring, you know?
mm-hmm.
What if I worked the quest together, it was because we took it at the same time. It's curious that you would choose to go to Leviathan, or, you know, be around Leviathan, and yet you don't even really like the place or the people there.
I suppose it's another means to an end, because I had just, like, happened upon Leviathan. I didn't really have a choice. I was just kind of, you know, one notice I'm on solid ground, the next time plummeting at Mach speed into, you know, the middle of town square. So not necessarily like I had a choice to be there.
She looks like really curious about the way that you say that. Just like sort of tips her hands like, which one crash? Just out of the blue?
It's like I was just magically teleported, I suppose, like from one spot out of danger into just like I was given a new ship, and then said ship is still in the center of Leviathan, essentially, like still more so in somebody's house, if I resume. But call.
My word.
But
Crash a ship and make it into a house.
could be a lot worse. Been
How could it be worse than crashing a ship like that?
I've been lost in the. Here I go, fucking forgetting it again. God damn it.
It's just the elemental plane.
Elemental plane. God, I'm gonna write this down in my fucking notebook. I swear to
It's
God.
like the easiest thing to remember.
And I always forget it for some goddamned reason. Elemental planes. It's like me fucking up the word eviscerated.
In this moment, by the way, Athriel,
Yes.
on your end of things, you're able to see some of the carnage that Fitz kind of wrought last night. It's like the store is open, but there's like poorly done patchwork making the door, you know, one solid piece again. The fridge has like sort of like canvas over the front of it, so you can't actually see the drinks till you open it.
Just kind of like looking at it. He's he's kind of I don't know if old Valyria had refrigeration. I mean, maybe they had some kind of like magical kind of stuff, but nothing like this. I think no like machines that did it.
Old Valyria had kind of what like people in the West had, which was like ammonia evaporators and ice boxes. That's the best you had.
And that was like bordering on blasphemous.
That was stuff that you would see in the castle, and
Yeah.
maybe in the highest echelons of like you know, the society. So you
Yeah,
might have
something
had
that-
one.
Something that rich people had.
Exactly. Something Solura would be like, oh, that's cool.
Salura, how wealthy has the world become that they have these ice boxes everywhere?
It's cheaper to do it this way. And also, it's just become common knowledge. It seems the world moved faster than we did.
How long was I dead?
Centuries. Perhaps longer. Last I saw you was a different era.
Yes, it feels as though it was both as though it were yesterday and millennia ago.
As he says, it's a new era. That is not entirely new knowledge, but it is something you haven't really stopped to talk about much.
As he's sort of,
Notice.
as he's like browsing the aisles, he's just asking more and more questions. But sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was only going to say, you actually notice like there are calendars, and they do say 5th era, which last year, remember, it was the 3rd.
By the gods.
Each era is essentially like one gigantic event changes the world in such a way that they assume this is a new era of history.
Oh, what? So the Elder Scrolls system?
Elder Scrolls system is a dragon break. That's wholly different. The way I'm doing this is more like BCE is like a whole era of history, even though we did have recorded history. It just wasn't what we call common knowledge. Same general knowledge there. The major language changed. That's the era changed.
I don't know if the Oblivion Crisis was a dragon break.
In terms of certain amounts of lore, it doesn't matter. More what I mean to say here though is the like major language in the world shifted.
Yeah.
Thus the calendar shifted. Thus they called it a new era.
Huh.
So in this case, we have moved to a new calendar. In this case, it is the like one that's widely accepted by Aelids, Powerendelians, and those in Loasica, the three biggest superpowers. And so we are in like the 2054th year.
Wait, the
Of,
Aelids are a superpower?
To some degree. To some degree.
Athriel is upset with this information.
Sorry, not the 2000. My brain is on actual real lifetime. 3154 of the 5th era.
Those backstabbing demon worshipers. Superpower.
Betrayal is not beyond superpowers. Even Valyria was widely known once. More so than now.
I said, how far has our home fallen?
As you ask that question, he just gives you a... Even though his gaze is usually kind of dead-eyed, it's somehow emotional in this moment as he looks to you and just goes silent. Fitz.
Yep.
So she asked you again, like more so, after the elemental plane, you started to explain the elemental planes to her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say going through this, can you go ahead and give me first off an insight.
Okay. It's an 18, so 22.
Fitz.
Mhm.
She seems really interested in the stuff you're telling her. Like hanging on to every word.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure if that is a good or bad thing. She's an adventurer, much like yourself.
Mm-hmm.
There is a question in your mind of, given that Leviathan is a sort of like enemy to most places, is it good that she is interested in knowing all of this? But also she is going to roll at the very least an insight herself. She sort of looks at you with a bit of a smile, just like, something wrong?
No, nothing at all. I'm just thinking that maybe not have spoken too much, but just
If it helps, I'll be entirely honest. And she puts a hand on your shoulder. In this specific moment, I really, really couldn't care less about... I'm not here to learn about Leviathan. And Fitz, can you quickly roll me a dex save, by the way?
where is my
Because you see, like, very briefly, like, fear and worry across her face.
Okay, that is... What the hell was it? That was a 10, so that's 17.
With a 17, you... I'll even like play into this a little more because, yeah, she... that wisdom save, man. Holy crap. Oh, she beats yours. Okay, great. With a 17, you, like, notice and, like, go to look, and a hand catches your face and she pulls you into a guess. It was worry. She rolled a insight that was, or not insight, wisdom save that was an 8, and she went super pale and looked shocked, and for a brief moment it felt like maybe there was someone about to like deck you or something. The moment you go to turn, she's like, no, I can't let him go.
I think
Don't fuck this up.
Yeah, I think I just fully like embrace it and just go for it.
She seems like very happy in this moment. Like you can even sort of like hear that sort of you can hear her heart beating in her chest. It holds for a bit. You even hear a couple of the people in the tavern who like sort of stop. One of the bartenders goes, ooh. And then you hear the quiet thwip of a hand crossbow, and he goes, my leg! And she goes, gotcha, bitch. Hey! And she pulls away and looks up at you with a big, like, blushy smile. She's like, right, that was crazy. That was crazy of me to do that. That was a lot.
Yeah, that was wild.
Anyway, sorry, force of habit. She hands you your coin purse back.
What the yeah.
It's a force of habit, sorry. Not the case of me doing that, just steal them when I get close to people.
No, that's
Anyway, you're a right fine kisser for someone who's been dead.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay.
She gives you another kiss.
Okay.
Athriel,
Yeah?
are there any questions you would like to ask Solura?
Ooh. Do you know anything of the political situation in Valyria right now?
I have been in a cave for many years. Valyria's modern issues are unknown to me. Last I was there, the prince was making a mockery of our home.
Ugh. Conceited, ill-bred. Conceited, ill-bred, incompetent boy.
I do have some news that I believe we have yet to discuss.
What of it?
Some of
Tell
our
me, different.
gods are no longer.
What?
The gods of knowledge and art disappeared with old Valyria. And our understanding is that others have yet to return to the Pantheon either. Flame still sits outside of our grasp.
But the Leviathan. Snow elves.
Mm-hmm. He sort of shrugs, just like, no Pantheon seemed to have pulled back. The Snow Elves seemed even more stressed about the loss. I recall when Valyria fell, venturing as my body decayed to see the other places, the other homes, and hope that they had survived better. Those in snow were the most scared as their books drew blank. Some knowledge still lost.
Though we may have a history of animosity, I should hate to see them fall.
It is a trying time. And as much as Aelets give distaste, knowing that art itself may be lost, especially to a people so stuck within it, it is a sad time indeed.
Yes. What became of Palarindel?
They remain. Humans and Aarakocra. A lovely kingdom, though primitive. But what is to be expected? He actually coughs up more of that black ichor again, which seems more viscous and like almost closer to Valyria. The magic on him is of old Valyria. It seems stronger just now. That ichor that he coughs up is magical, and it seems like there's more of it than normal.
Are you all right, old friend?
He sort of coughs and he stops too, and he goes, and he like coughs up this huge sort of like clot. And you see as he does, it sort of siphons back into one of his sockets, like behind it, and you watch a slow bubbling churning of like small tendrils around one of the crystals in his socket. It seems I'm close to corruption. Valyria, old, lost. I feel as if I have a body again. Not a real body, but something less tangible.
Will you make it through the coming times?
He nods. He nods immediately. It is not as if I am weaker. The opposite.
Is it causing you any discomfort?
No more than if you had a simple cough. But yeah, you notice that it seems like he has more to him now, and you actually see him experimentally move those little tendrils across the back of his skull a little bit, even like adjusts himself at your hip. It's like he, without taking, without being sort of recharged with souls, this old lich, this old demi-lich is sort of, kind of still there a little bit.
So wait, I have a question about one thing.
Mhm.
So we've talked about the Luminelta before. Was that during or before Athriel's time, or like after?
Some during, some after.
Huh. If you might.
You found out that it became a bad word
Right.
after,
So-
like when you woke up. That was like the first thing you found out.
So whatever happened of the Luminelta?
Died off. Last one disappeared, 600-700 years ago.
My. Did I know? Would you say I'd have known this person?
You knew one of the people who disappeared with them. The patriarch at the time was a man, an older, more grizzled Velsan Luminelta the First, and his son, the second or third, I believe.
Huh. Whatever happened of the? So what happened to their patriarch, Velson? He was the first, wasn't he?
I believe he was killed when the fall happened.
Oh.
Slain by, if I recall, slain by a wife. Perhaps a lover. Unknown. But his father, and I suppose grandmother or survived with his son, but disappeared long after. It is a strange time, hard to put a timeline on it.
I should wonder whatever happened to their son. He seemed like a fine, if troubled, young man.
From what I heard, he took after his father in some ways. Who knows, perhaps he learned out of it. Though it is hard to say.
I understand their legacy has become complicated as of late.
Their legacy was always complicated. How do you put a
Yes.
legacy on death? Killing
Fair
people
enough.
is a funny type of fame.
Fair enough, I suppose.
A legacy built on blood will eventually clot and dry until it is nothing.
Wise words as ever, Saluda.
He gives like the best sort of like ability of a nod. So like a single finger of a mage hand goes like to make it go. But of course.
You know, Saluda, you always were something of a father to me. I thank you for that.
It is good to know that I've gone from father to jewelry.
Only because of the surrounding circumstances, old friend.
I will do my best to continue to teach into your life. Perhaps it will be an honor to see you grow further. And he gives just the closest thing to a smile he can. It's a. I'll actually say that we from that point we sort of wind out a little bit. You and him are able to finish your bit of shopping, your bit of looking around. Fitz, your date goes quite well. The most eventful it gets is a kiss from her, of course.
Mhm.
In fact, even I imagine like the danger of what y'all are about to get up to gets relayed at some point. Obviously, she knows that there's a potential you'll get your head cut off.
Right.
She does say, as y'all are talking at one point, just like, well, if they do decide, well, if it does get to them killing you, just ask that they ask them if they're gonna hang you from the neck until dead. If they don't say until dead, then legally you can leave. Or just ask for disembowelment. It's much nicer.
Hmm.
That's how I survived my first execution. It was terrible.
I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Don't.
I mean, just
It's the worst.
I mean, the whole like.
No, you're fine. I'm messing with you a bit. And as she finishes talking, I'll say that she eventually, your dinner goes off nicely. She actually ends up sort of like looking at you and be like, "Oh, you're still a proper adventurer. I actually own a business here. It's my treat," and she pays for dinner or for lunch. She gives you a little smile and a wink. She rolled an 18 on insight. She knows you don't have a ton of money. She's like, let me pay for this amount of food because you are going to be struggling to pay for rations soon.
Is fair.
Because darling, it's not like we're getting married at the moment. I imagine that for now you're going to be using your own money to survive, and I don't see that being easy if you pay for my lunch.
It's fair.
But she leaves a bit of money. She actually pays for them to bring you a bottle of like fine whiskey, which does not cost much because she gives them the whiskey. And she actually gives you another little quick smooch, and she actually leaves you there. Little smile. And Athriel,
Yes.
when you come find Fitz, he is alone at the bar.
I sort of like I set a case of rations on the bar in front of him. Sort of like ching. These should hold us over for the next few days.
Yeah, Fitz, you
Well,
see a bunch of
well.
rations.
Well, hold you over.
Yeah, I'll definitely be needing them, and I crack open the whiskey and pour myself a little glass.
These aren't for now. These are for the journey.
Well, I know, but
The
like,
expedition.
yeah, I know.
Don't you
I-
dare go cracking into these.
I'm not cracking into that. I'm cracking open the whiskey that my date just gave me. Use your fucking eyes, dude.
I'm surprised you managed one with your condition.
You're lucky I don't smash this bottle over your fucking face.
Fitz. As you crack it open, the
I'd
smell
like to see
also.
you try.
What is Fitz's favorite flavor and or smell of stuff?
It smells fuck.
What's yours?
My favorite smell, I suppose. I don't know. I guess Like just some sort of like sweet. I guess recently it's been just like it's kind of like a sweet, like a I guess like a caramel sort of thing,
Yeah.
like a little like chocolatey sort of deal.
You smell a sort of like a chocolate, sort of caramel, like a truffle or a bonbon.
Hmm.
That's a smell that greets you with a tiny hint of like maple or butterscotch.
Hmm.
And actually, like going to taste it, the flavor sort of ever changes based on what you're feeling in that exact moment. Your favorite flavor would be, as you have a bit of Wertherly's infused
Oh!
Moreau Millhouse whiskey.
Nice.
I sort of pat Fitz on the back while he's opening it and while I'm sitting down. Just sit, and it's like, you know, Fitz, I know that you don't only have half of a cock.
Why did you
I'm
do
not-
the dad thing?
I'm not.
Kiddo, I know
I'm
you
not
don't have
an-
only half a dick.
I'm not an idiot, Fitz. Fitz, a true warrior must be resistant to all forms of taunting. Makes you weak in battle. Makes you predictable.
Like for instance, guard your flank, and he like thuds himself back into your side, actually, Athriel. And he hit a 25. You take 4 damage.
Ow!
You see, even
See,
the
like
greatest
that.
warriors fail.
Salura has a point. I was not observant to my flanker, and thus I was punished.
It's like kids with abusive parents.
Yeah.
It's like, see, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. God, I just hit a door. It's not my fault. Dad opened it in front of me.
Fitz, you are an excellent fighter, and I see much potential in you, but it has yet to be truly honed into its purest essence.
I understand. And I'll
Good.
try to.
Because I have a feeling that the coming days are going to be far more dangerous than anything either of us have faced.
As you say that, and I'll say even as day turns to like evening and you both prepare to head out, I'll say you guys are given ample time to sort of think on your predicament. And cutting forward toward the end of the day as you both step out of the gates, your minds race with the possibilities of what is to come. What awaits you in this issue, in the quest you've been given, essentially. There are many things you know about your homeland, about these woods and your homeland, Fitz. The dire wolves that lurk there have been a problem for your entire life. You know that there are sort of zombified minions that used to live out there, ogres. There used to be Oni at the lake that would take people in the night. You know of legends of massive creatures and serpents. And adding on to that corruption, you know a challenge is waiting for you. Something more than you faced before, at the very least. Something at the very least closer to maybe what you fought in Leviathan on that first day. And you are much less people, and you are at a much larger disadvantage than you were then. And it is as I say that I will leave you both and the audience with a bit of a visage as to what is to come. At some point in your mind, you recall the vast marshes and think of there were lions and you know, more jungle-born creatures and tales of giant ape that would find their way around. Some other part of you recalls labyrinthian puzzles and things that were lost to time, and out in these old churches and where they are built, above ruins of things that are long lost as well. Perhaps even the vastest of creatures will find their way into your sights. There is a brief visage of a legend you heard at one point of the unholy abomination that was felled, or at least pushed back, by the long-lost church, and that is the visage of the Great Hydra. As that passes through your mind, and Athriel, as you're not sure why, as the visage of a giant ape passes through yours, for a brief moment, I will say that we are going to call our session here. As you both step out of the gates into the world, the howls of distant wolves greet you. The visualization of this long road stretching back out. And of course, the knowledge of your quest, or presumably either your quest or the search for a lost airship. Whichever it may be, you two are now off on your adventure. I do hope that you guys had fun, by the way.
This is
Hell
fun.
yeah.
Yeah, this is great.
Woohoo!
Next session, we can expect a few things. Combat. Again, potentially a giant ape, potentially a hydra.
Big ape.
Can the flies be let out of the jar?
Just a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna,
Nay.
And we are.
Session's over, so.
I mean, yeah, I know, but I gotta end stream.
But yeah, this is where we will leave off, and I'm excited to see you guys get back into the dark woods. I have some actual fun things planned for you both.
Oh boy,
Something to
and
hone both your skill sets.
yeah, I was about to say we are like on foot, right?
Yeah, you're on foot at the moment. You could.
Okay.
You could potentially, they don't keep mounts here, but there were tales from the rangers that some of the dire wolves that are around the walls here, those are more well-trained to some degree. They respond really well to something like an animal handling.
Okay.
So you could try and ride a dire wolf, or a warg.
If only Arthur was there.
Go away,
Diana.
Jarf.
Okay, fine, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
But yeah,
Dude, fuck off, Jarf.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I didn't mean it like that.
I appreciate you watching stream. I hope that you enjoyed. I have been your not-so-humble DM, Damien. AKA carelessly generic, but don't watch my Twitch, it's inactive.
Yeah. Can't watch, it's not there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can only watch the clips of me screaming about getting firebombed. Actually, like, that's a fun clip.
Yeah. Don't worry, I've got my
I
own
have been a
alternative to that one
strange,
too.
malignant essence they have trapped here for your entertainment.
Yeah, that guy to the left.
That guy
Yes.
to the left. But yes, next time we will see perhaps the thrilling conclusion of Eyes in the Dark. No, the thrilling
That's not
conclusion-
coming back.
No, the thrilling conclusion more so of Leviathan Castaway.
Woo.
Woohoo!
I mean, it's either next session or session after, so we are not far.
Yeah, well, we shall see how it goes, but until then, we're gonna head out. Y'all have a good night.
See you guys.
Hope you all enjoyed. We'll see you at the next stream. Yeah, who knows?
Hi, Intrepid Heroes.
No.
I'm doing it.
Bye.
No. But we're not on Dropout. I wish.
Use the hood red.
We're leaving now. Goodbye, everybody. Hope you enjoyed.
Bye, gamers.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Strim.